Oh, not me being early. Uh, Thank you, Intergalactic Defender. Thank you for that. I'm so glad Kempire is live streaming tonight. His energy is so calm, and I need that. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping to lean into my grounding energy as a Taurus. Don't forget to vote in our live chat poll. Did you vote today? Or, because we know we have a lot of international folks, if you were not able to vote. We know says, shocked at how empty the polling sites were in Texas today. Some places are going to be like that. Like where I voted here in New York, there wasn't a line, but I did early voting. It's not necessarily an indication of, people not voting, but we shall see. We shall see after the ending of voting to see how many people actually turned out. I think we're going to see record numbers, though. Can't be bothered. You can still vote that you voted today, because that technically means you voted today. Your vote counts officially today. So you can still, if you voted already, you can definitely vote under yes, I voted. Justin says, I picked no for voting. Justin, now really? Come on now, Justin. Oh, goodness. Hey, Jasleen. Look at me being early. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Shout out to everyone that voted. Shout out to everyone that wishes that they could vote like Rihanna. But Rihanna is going back into her trolling energy, which I appreciate. I feel like I'm low on the thing. Maybe I should. Ooh, was that too close? I came on early just because I didn't realize, because, presidential elections happen every 4 years, so I forget that there are other polling sites that close earlier than New York. Polling here in New York closes in about 16 minutes, 15 minutes. But in other states, it actually closes a lot earlier. There were threats being made in Georgia in regards to polling places. And based off what people are saying is that it actually came from Russia. So here we have Russia being involved in our elections again. That's not a first time. Rihanna's not a citizen of the United States. She's still a Barbadian citizen, right? Bayesian. Mama Ali says, I voted today and lucky we missed the lines. I just know my personality, and plus today was such a busy day for me. I'm so glad that I voted early. Plus I just was like, I need to get this over with. I just need to vote, okay, at this particular point. All right. Everyone stay hydrated. It might be a long night. I have no promises that I will be here all night just because the way my sleep is set up. See, Arjun said, you gonna be live all night? I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be live all night. I'm gonna try. Hopefully it won't be a late night. But I do think that this will be a close election. I do want to give you guys the results that we have so far. But before we do any of that, we're going to do this a couple of times because I know people will be coming promptly at 9 o'clock or promptly at 9:30. So let's all just take a moment. Let me put that on mute. Let's all take a moment because I know the energy is very high right now. The energy of the anxiety is very high right now. Let's do some breathing first. Before we do anything, we can kiki, we can laugh. We can talk about some of the hot topics, people endorse people. Dr. Phil's coming out. We can talk about Beyonce. We could talk about Monica Garcia, I shortened her name, from Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, owes Heather Gate $35,000. Elsie, thank you so much for the super chat. You really don't have to. Elsie says, these early election results have me over here pacing back. But we have to remember, this is how it goes. These early results in the states where he's winning, it's expected, honestly. Like, there's nothing here that's not expected. Georgia, though, they say it's too close to call. Can I just say this? Rachel Maddow will cause people to have anxiety. Hey, Danny. Because every time she says, we have the results coming in, and then she was like, and for Georgia, too close to call. Rachel. Rachel. Okay? Oh, goodness. I will say this, guys. Please don't. I don't need you guys saying Kamala 2024. I don't need you to say Trump 2024. This election night watch party is not about that. Okay? So if you do that, mods, please mute those people. where we're going to be taking in the results. Okay, we don't need you promote. Let's pretend that this is what you call it, a voting site. Okay, let's pretend that this is a voting site. You can't promote here. Exactly. Well, okay, unless you say Kempire 2024. That's it. Exactly. Right here, we are just, first of all, kikiing, laughing, making light of the situation as much as we can. But I want to start off with some breathing before we do anything. And then we're just going to see the results. We're going to see the results, okay? All right, and we'll go over the results that have already come out. We'll go over the results that have already come out. But let's take some breathing, okay? All right. I mean, you can say Kempire 2024. If you feel like the need, not 2028, I am not going to run for anything, okay? Um, oh, yes. Mama Alex says to breathe, remember 665. Breathe in 6 seconds, breathe out 6 seconds, and then do it 5 times. It works. That's great for anxiety. You can, if you feel the need to be like, whatever candidate, just say Kempire 2024, okay? Just say, or Steve Kornacki, because you know, that's my man tonight. That is my man tonight. All right, let's take a breath. Let's take a moment. Close your eyes for a second before we do anything. If you're just joining us, we are going to go through the election results, but I want this to be a different experience, okay? You can do whatever breathing exercise works for you, but holding your breath for a certain period of time and then slowly letting that breath out really does something for the body. I meditated already twice today. You know, I do transcendental meditation, okay? So I already meditated twice today. I'm grounded. I even have a grounding sheet now. It works. It works. Anyways, we could talk about that after, all right? Debbie says, did you watch Love is Blind? I did. We could talk about a little bit about that too if you guys want to, just to kind of lighten the mood. Okay, but everyone close your eyes for a second, because I know a lot of you have been very anxious. You've been thinking about what this could mean for you in your future on either side. Just close your eyes, pay attention to your breath, pay attention to my voice, feel your body becoming a little heavier. If you need to lay back or lay down, do so. Take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And to do that as many times as you need, I'm going to give you guys a moment. Let's take this moment for grounding. Don't open your eyes, close your eyes, keep your eyes closed. Listen to my voice. You are in a safe space. This is a safe space. Everything is going to work out no matter what happens. Everything is going to work out no matter what happens. And no matter where you are in the world, because the world is also watching this election and they are concerned. So no matter where you're in the world, you are fine. You will be fine. We've been through so much in hundreds and hundreds of years of elections. We've been fine in the last 10 years of elections. You will be fine after this one. Take another deep breath in. And slowly out. Feel your body get heavy. Be very present. I think a lot of times we're not present. We're not paying attention to our bodies. We're not feeling the thumping of our pulse in certain parts of our bodies. We're not feeling the weight of our bodies, the weight of gravity. Feel it. Feel how comforting that gravity is. If you need to take another deep breath, take another deep breath in and hold it for like 8 seconds and then hold it a little bit longer when you're releasing it. Let it out a little bit longer. A lot of times we're moving, especially when we're anxious, a lot of times we're moving and not breathing. We're not breathing. So pay attention to your breath. Actually breathe. Some of you are like this, tight. Some of you are really tight. No, take a deep breath. hold your breath as long as you can. Hold your breath as long as you can. You can do the 6 seconds like Mama Ali recommended. All right. Are we calm? All right. So before we, because I'm playing MSNBC in the background. I can't show you guys MSNBC because copyright information. But I did want to give. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. My TikTok was playing. There we go. My TikTok was going off. Thank you guys so much for the super chat. LC says, exhales. Is there a drinking word tonight? No, I mean, I'm not going to be drinking. I'm not going to be recommending people drink either. I want you guys to be, because we have to keep in mind too, alcohol. I know people enjoy alcohol. I'm not going to judge. It's not the best for anxiety. In the moment, it helps, but it's not the best for your overall health. Just saying. But I'm not judging. Yet tea is wonderful. I was going to make tea, but I have a habit of putting too much stuff in my tea. So I said, I'll just drink water for tonight. Veronica says, too much anxiety to drink. Keep breathing. If you guys still need to close your eyes and breathe through it. I did want to give you some of the results. And again, we have to keep in mind, our system here in the United States is based off an electoral college. All right. So it's not the popular vote. So just because, the numbers look crazy right now, doesn't mean that's the end result. Okay. And thank you guys so much for all the love. Okay, exactly. CC says, I've done my part. We've all done it. If you voted and you could vote, it's not in our hands anymore. And polling places are closing slowly but surely. Here in New York, it's about to close in about 6 minutes. It's already closed in multiple states. There were some threats made in Georgia, so some of those polling places have extended their hours. So if you know someone that's still in line, stay in line. And I mean, we were very lucky, I think, in certain places. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but there weren't any lines. Danny says, I never understood the electoral college system. A lot of people don't. A lot of people say that it's antiquated. No one has really done anything to change that. But all these states have different electoral votes. So that's what you're seeing. For those that have Apple phones, if you have one of the newer Apple phones with the dynamic island at the top, if you go to the news app, you can watch the numbers live. Like literally, the numbers will be on the dynamic island at the top. So I'm getting the results in on my other phone. And right now, let me just let you know some of the states that have already called winners in the presidential election. Again, we should also be paying attention to the Senate and the House of Representatives because those are important too. Those are important, very important, because that will also allow whoever's president to have expansive power. Okay. And I am going to play a little MSNBC in the background while we're watching. I got this from The Gap a couple of years ago. Shout out to the Basquiat family for expanding their reach in regards to allowing his legacy to be reprinted in so many other places. Okay, so let me see if I can go all the way. Okay. So far, this is what we know. Mississippi, Donald Trump has won there. Okay. New Jersey, no, that was the Senate. Donald Trump in Alabama won there. Tennessee, he's won there as well. All right, I think they said, did they say he won there? Yes, he did win there. I'm not going to go through the Senate and things like that. Kamala won in Connecticut. Okay. She also won in Maryland, Massachusetts. Donald Trump won in Oklahoma. Kamala won in Rhode Island. In South Carolina, Donald Trump won there. And as I mentioned, Tennessee, he won as well. Arkansas, Donald Trump won there as well. New Jersey, Kamala won there. Ooh, okay. Josh Stein, sidebar, won in North Carolina for governor. He's a Democrat. Let me see. A few things have come in. Illinois, Kamala has won Illinois, and that gives her 19 electoral votes. Okay. Let's see. Delaware I mentioned before, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So, based on what we see now, Kamala has 71 electoral votes and Donald Trump has 101. So, for some of you that have been watching the numbers, you probably were like, "Oh my god, this one had so many and Kamala only had this so many." So, as you can see, the pace is moving. Okay. Did she win New York? Did they announce New York? I don't have my watch on. Let me see. Okay. I mean, I figured she would win New York. I mean, if she won New Jersey. Um, but again, this is why we don't take those things for granted. Ba, 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 ba. I'm also watching the Senate and House race because those are very important as well. If we have not learned anything over the last few years. Michigan closes, the poll closes in about 2 minutes in Michigan. That's a very important state as well for this election. In order to win the presidency, I believe they're supposed to get at least 270 electoral votes, if I'm not wrong. I've been watching these a long time, so I think I'm right. I do have MSNBC on in the background, so I just turned it off. I just want to see what they were saying. I'm gonna keep it muted until our guy Steve Kornacki comes on because he breaks down how the math works and how we can kind of predict what a state is going to do and what a state has done in the last few elections. So I actually really love listening to him. I really don't want to listen to all the pundits. Thank you, Ms. Bug. I figured I was right. 270 electoral votes in order to win the presidency. Special K, we need to get the energy right. No fear. No fear. No, our current numbers for electoral votes, Kamala has 71, Donald Trump has 101. V, thank you so much for the super chat. V says, if Trump wins, I'm coming to work for you. V, you said you were coming to work for me before. What's going on? See, I remembered, V. I remembered when you called in and said that. Okay. All right. Okay, so a couple of things. Kamala is over at her alma mater, Howard University, waiting on these results. That's where she went to college as a young girl, a young woman. I think that's pretty cool, especially if she wins. That would be, oh my gosh, monumental. Okay. Here, okay, let me just play this for you guys. That the presidential race Arizona, too early to call.
In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas.
Texas, 40 electoral votes.
NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race.
3 electoral votes.
Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call.
Excuse me, and that's 28 electoral votes.
And now very closely watched state of Iowa.
Iowa.
NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. Okay. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that
too early to call.
Is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270, with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes.
How did it get 30?
Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings. In Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North Carolina,
According to Apple,
40% of the vote
Kamala has 99.
is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in yet in Pennsylvania.
Not 20% of the vote is in yet.
Too early to call in Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the Senate races, starting with the key and very interesting Senate race in the great state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred, it is in the Texas Senate race. Too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race.
Okay, we can pause this. Hey, Layla. I know we're trying to create a safe space to relax. It's going to be okay, y'all. It's going to be okay. A lot of the important states are too early to call at this particular point. So hopefully we will know in the next few hours. Let me pause that. I woke up back in 2016 in tears, please. Let's not think about the past. Let's think about right now. Okay. So what was I saying? So according to Apple News, they're saying that the national results in regards to the Electoral College, Kamala has 99, Donald Trump has 120, but MSNBC, I don't know why they haven't confirmed some of these numbers. But all these folks have different ways of handling this in regards to confirming electoral results. Let's hope some of these states will get it together, because yes, we've seen in other elections where the states have taken days to confirm their stuff. I'm watching MSNBC. I usually watch MSNBC because I love Steve Kornacki. Yes, everyone say hey to Layla. That's true. Samara says MSNBC are always last to confirm. They don't count projected wins. This is true, which I trust. I do trust them, and I trust Steve Kornacki more than anyone. Look, more than anyone in regards to this. But I'm going to keep an eye on both. But I know for people that are stressed, I'm just giving you that information. MSNBC is saying this, but this is what Apple News and some other outlets are saying. Trump won Florida. Remember when Florida was like a determining factor for an election? Not so much anymore. Should I open some wine? No. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? I was gonna watch CNN, but I was like, let me watch my guy Steve Kornacki. Let me watch my Steve Kornacki. You guys are hilarious. Guys, don't forget to like the video as well. That's a great support for the channel. And make sure that you check out our friends over at Uncommon Goods. Let me bring up I almost forgot about that. I got work to do here in regards to this. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring this up. Almost forgot today's live show is sponsored by our friends over at Uncommon Goods. Where is it? I started early and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Bum, 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 bum. I know it's in here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me read this for you guys. Because the holidays are here. I don't know about y'all. I'm already ordering Christmas trees, ornaments, things like that. But you got to also think about your gifts that you're going to get for other people. Have you guys started your Christmas shopping yet? I know you're like, it's too soon, Kempire. No, it's not. It's never too soon. Okay? So spark something uncommon this holiday season with just the right gift from Uncommon Goods. The busy holiday season is here, and Uncommon Goods makes it less stressful with incredible hand-picked gifts for everyone on your list. All in one spot. Gifts that spark joy, wonder, delight, and that it's exactly what I wanted feeling. Okay? What I love about Uncommon Goods is, first of all, they have a variety in regards to gifts for different personalities. They have a variety in price points. They also are supporting independent small businesses as well. Okay? So, to get 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/Kempire. That's uncommongoods.com/Kempire for 15% off. 15% off. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Uncommon Goods, we're all out of the ordinary. More information on Uncommon Goods for sponsoring tonight's election night party is in the description. It's not too early, you guys. I'm just saying, a lot of you will be thanking me later, like, oh, you know what? I really should get on this. Before you know it, it will be the holidays. And don't forget, guys, I will be coming to a city near you. I'll be coming to Los Angeles, November 20th. That's 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. Who's coming to my Los Angeles Kempire After Dark live show? It's either going to be a celebration or something else, okay? Then I'm coming to London. Who's coming to our London show? We're going to be in London December 8th. And then I'm coming to back to DC. DC, if y'all haven't gotten your tickets yet, you're going to miss out, okay? You're going to miss out. You're gonna miss out because those tickets are already, there's already a low ticket alert for the meet and greets. There's a low ticket alert for the premiere seating. General admission, there's still some tickets, but we're 3 months out from that show, okay? So be sure to check that out if you haven't. More information on Uncommon Goods and the Kempire After Dark live tour dates will be available in the description. All right, Steve Kornacki's back up. Please hold.
Tonight, when you lose further ground, that's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no,
in North Carolina, he's talking about.
Ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County, again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population, and one of the concerns for Democrats was they believe the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. You know, when Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve these counties?
There hasn't been another election like Barack's.
The ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris. Just about all.
He's breaking it down by counties in North Carolina.
Majority African American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County again. Large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13 with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern.
Oh, okay.
One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may
breathe, people. Go back to your breathing.
Population in a lot of these counties, too, that it might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same thing. We want to see are there partisan differences between how those votes are going. So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capitals here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple of things we can tell you. That most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican. And we can just show you.
Thanks, Kim.
This is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it. And you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is. Now, we have about half here with the same data come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on.
We're watching MSNBC.
A touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag.
So according to MSNBC, the electoral numbers right now that they're confirming is that Kamala has 30. Donald Trump has 100, and it just changed. But according to Apple News, they're saying that Kamala has 99, Donald Trump has 177.
In 2020, this is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the Triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. In Greensboro, Forsyth County where Winston-Salem is, so still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 240.
Elsie says, I wish I could fast forward to 12 a.m. PST.
In the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this is a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16.
Now he's talking about Georgia.
Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote. A little bit
Thank
more
you guys. Thank you for
Republican-friendly.
being here and being part of our election watch party.
Margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the
Kempire
same things as well.
2024.
Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to go a little more. Again, conserve them. It's a big blue.
I mean, Georgia was close last election.
If what's still to to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020. That's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It is transformed demographically.
Okay, Miss Cece, take another breathing breath. Come on, everyone, take a moment. I'm gonna mute Steve for a second. Everyone, take a moment. Again, this is too early to a lot of the numbers have not been confirmed yet. Take a breath. Take a moment. Okay, take another. Okay, everyone, close your eyes again. Yes, the polls are still open in the West Coast. California closes at what, 7 p.m. their time? So that would be 10 o'clock our time. Some people need to take another breath. All right, all right. Close your eyes. Take another breath. Listen to my voice. Now hold your breath. Now let it out slowly. Do that as many times as you need, even if you have to mute me. I probably will stay on until probably midnight with breaks in between. Look, breaks in between. Like I'll still be here, but I might need to go use the restroom. I'm drinking a lot of water.
From where he finished in 2020, that's an encouraging.
My Christmas tree's not here yet. It's at my other house. I'm gonna get a new one though.
Again, Hall County is one, almost all.
Take a nap. If I take a nap, I'm not getting up.
You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better.
What Steve Kornacki, he's the math guy on NBC, is doing, he's breaking down the counties. Because this is what I always forget. He's breaking down the counties in regards to the trends that we saw in other elections, the last presidential election or back when we were talking about Obama. So you really get like a history lesson on how people normally vote in these counties. It's actually pretty interesting.
I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County is one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying.
Why are you at Walmart?
Democrats, it looks like in Douglas have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in.
But this says we only need Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania if we hold our previous states.
Want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you
You're
want.
welcome,
Just
D.
take a look. We've got them marked off on here, and I'll show you. This is, we're talking about this in North Carolina.
Be very mindful. Hold on.
Georgia.
Be mindful of what you guys be mindful of the things that you say after I am or I'm. Saying I'm scared, saying that I'm anxious, saying that I'm tired. That's what you create. You're manifesting. These are manifestations of your words. So change those words. Even if you say something that you can believe. Some people can't say, I'm great. I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling better by the moment. I'm going to feel better. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. I am better. I'm rich. Yes.
9 in 2020 is sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out?
He's overviewing Georgia and the different counties.
This in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far.
You're welcome, Funny 44.
Here's another one, very small, but again. This was a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020,
UC says I took tomorrow off. Should I take tomorrow off?
So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now.
You're welcome, Mama
Harris
Allie.
is at 72.6. This is the biggest.
Polls are
single
still
county
open in
Georgia.
Vegas.
72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping,
Alicia took
with the
tomorrow off
remaining
too.
vote, that
Who took
remaining
tomorrow
Sunday
off?
vote to come in, even though that looks
Decatur,
like
Georgia's in the
enormous
house.
Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since.
All right,
we
let's
have
get our
last
updates,
checked
Rachel.
in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there's a winner in the Rhode Island presidential
Kamala Harris.
contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest
No surprise.
is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic
Oh, she looks so young.
in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress.
Oh.
And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations.
I should also mention that's another race that would not necessarily make national news except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment.
I'm concerned about the House and the
Just
Senate.
our
Those numbers aren't looking great.
Our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in
But this is
national
important.
news, but this is the Fannie Willis race.
Yes.
Fannie Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the
Isn't it Fannie?
prosecution against Donald Trump and
Or the
a number
Fannie?
of co-defendants. Fannie Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia.
Okay.
Tonight. And one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in.
Okay, we won't need to listen to that because I know I don't want to get you guys all. Yeah. So congratulations to Fannie. Elsie, thank you so much for all the super chats. You don't have to. Spent rent money. I just I don't spend rent. I just want Kamala to get the first 200. I will feel a lot better. It takes time though, guys. We're still waiting on key battleground states. We're still waiting on key battleground states. Yes, positive vibes. What went well for you today or this week? Let me know, guys. What went well for you today or this week? Because you probably didn't even think about what went well for you today or this week or this weekend. Yes, Georgia was the only state that I've heard today have those types of threats, and they're saying that this stemmed from Russia. I mean, it's not unusual for a foreign agent to be involved in our elections. It's happened before. You got promoted. Congratulations. Hold on. Let me say congratulations. Emmy, congratulations. You know what I started watching? Martha on Netflix. I got sidetracked because I wanted to meditate before tonight. But I'm going to finish watching. It was so good. I used to be a huge Martha Stewart fan. My mother should knew I was gay then. I used to wake up early just to watch Martha Stewart living. How you doing? You so gay. So gay. It's your 45th birthday tomorrow? Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday, little one. So I started watching, I started watching Martha on Netflix. It's really good. It's really good. Like, I think you will learn to respect what she's been able to build on her own. And based on what I got up to, this woman went to jail for what? For what? Like, she shouldn't have gone to jail. Like, I believe her. I don't feel like Martha Stewart's a criminal or was trying to do anything crazy. But That's a whole other thing. Because the guy that was involved in sending her to prison, wasn't he also the head of the FBI? And then he was also involved in a lot of other stuff. Like, his credibility is shaky. Exactly. Veronica says she went to jail for being a powerful woman. Yeah, because all eyes were on her. She said like all of this in regards to breaking barriers as a woman. OMG. I can't I could watch this probably again, but I'm in the middle of watching Martha Stewart's documentary on Netflix. It's really good. She's a brilliant woman. She's stone cold. But she owns that, and I appreciate that. I watched Megan Thee Stallion's documentary over the weekend. I talked a little bit about it on Twitter. Kelly, thank you so much for Super Chat, Kelly. Kelly says, thank you for reminding us to breathe. Your Basquiat shirt is a joy. In California, our polls go from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. I am hopeful. Finish grad school in December. Congratulations. That's amazing. I started grad school, but I'm a grad school dropout. But it was fine because I ended up not even using that degree that I was planning to get. But this was years ago. I'm a grad school dropout. Yeah, I got this from The Gap a couple of seasons ago. This is, Basquiat's family his father used to run his estate, but now his sisters are running his estate since the father passed away. So that's why you see a lot more of Basquiat being, the whole art exhibition. A lot of his prints are in collaborations with these bigger brands. That's his sisters doing that. Dime, I'm going to try and be live as long as possible. If they project who's the winner early, which I doubt, but I'm going to try and be live as long as my battery is working. If you're a member of the channel, I posted on the community tab, I pulled some tarot cards. I'm into the tarot card stuff. I pulled some tarot cards asking about the election. I still have them right here. I will bring them up if you want me to, but some people are not, they're not open to that. And I'm okay with you not being open to it, so I won't show. I'll just share with my community. Okay, Unique. Hey, K Unique. I took tomorrow off as well. My mouth is dry. I should have made some tea. Hey, Hibiscus. Thank you for becoming a member. Guys, if you want to become a member, you don't have to. Head on over to TheKempire.com/join. Can we take a little bit of break from the election results? Oh, wait. Hold on. Not yet.
Indeed, map. Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 60.
So they're saying that Donald Trump has 168 and Kamala has 62, based off of MSNBC, but we know that they're slow with their results. According to Apple News, they're saying that Kamala has 99, Donald Trump has 179. There are some key battleground states that we're still waiting to hear, okay? In regards to this election, though, can I just mention a couple of things and then we can talk separately about some other stuff? Just a sidebar. But in regards to this election, if you followed that I posted this video about Dr. Phil. So Dr. Phil spoke at the Trump rally and everyone was like so shocked. Fine. If you endorse someone, fine, endorse them. But the only reason why he says that he did that was because Kamala Harris refused or did not respond to his request of 25 times. And he said basically the same speech that he was going to give that he gave at the Trump rally, he was going to give at Kamala's rally. So it was his ego that made him go over there. So for me, because again, this is not about who you're voting for. Let's put that out of the situation. You basically showed us that your endorsement, your integrity, this is why I say you should not take a celebrity's endorsement with anything. Do your own homework. But the fact that the reason why he decided to go to the Trump rally and give the same exact speech he would have given at the Kamala rally says to me, you have no integrity. You got hurt in your feelings because she didn't respond to you. And I'm glad that she didn't, because you have no integrity. At least if you're going to go for someone, go all the way. Lean into that. But you know who also did that? Joe Rogan. He was upset that she didn't do his podcast. I'm just like, at least if you're going to endorse someone, endorse them because they align with what you believe in. Don't align with someone just to be petty and mad because they didn't do what you wanted them to do. It's the privilege of it all. Lurky says Kamala won New York. Did they make it official? Oh, wait. Steve Kornacki's talking. Let's take a little bit of break and then we'll get back.
By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the voting in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney, it was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow this support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on it because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why it's that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris
she's doing quite well
getting this down
in comparison to Biden.
Single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in, this would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs,
this is why I love Steve,
used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county. Madison State Capitol, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin, overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner.
Okay, we're going to mute that for a second. Check in with your breathing. Can everyone check in with their breathing? Take a deep breath. Okay. According to MSNBC, the electoral votes are Harris is 62, Trump is 162. But according to Apple News, they're saying that Harris is at 99 and Trump is at 179. Again, these media outlets confirm their numbers at different paces and different standards. So keep that in mind. Okay. They have to get 270 electoral votes. Okay, not the popular vote, but electoral votes. Can we take a little bit of a break from the election? Can we just take a little bit of a break from the election? Because I don't know why all of a sudden, but I feel like now all of a sudden we're talking about Kenya Moore again. All of a sudden the blogs are talking about Kenya Moore not being fired, not being suspended. Okay, so Miss Lawrence did an interview with Carlos King, and says that she was not fired. She was not fired. Let me see if I can even find the clip. Let me see if I can find the clip. I thought I saw the clip was here. Hold on. Let me see. Thought I had the clip over here. Oh, here it is. Okay. Hold on.
Or had a hair. This season hasn't. This upcoming season has not aired. But obviously, Kenya Moore had a hair show at her salon, and you were, you know, there.
You guys remember Miss Lawrence from RHOA?
To the world about how Kenya is doing, because you were actually there when that whole thing went down.
You know what's funny? I wasn't there when that happened. I was there. I did the part Kenya asked me to do, which was judge a hair show and Cynthia was there. And I left right afterwards. Now, everything that happened after, I was like, what happened? I couldn't believe all this. I didn't know. I was like, well, I didn't see none of that, so I don't know what y'all talking about. But yeah, I don't know. And I talked to Kenya maybe a month after that happened. Kenya's good. Mm-hmm. Kenya is good. I learned that the rumors were not true, that she wasn't fired, that she wasn't suspended.
In speaking to Kenya, remember, that's where he's getting the information from.
My understanding had just paused her part of our side of the production.
Pause Kenya for her side of the production. For her not to return at all for the rest of the season.
That's pretty much all that I know. Do I think it's fair? No, I don't. Because the show was built off of the shadiest and nastiest drama and shade and reading you could possibly think of. So I was very surprised and taken back that, you know, she had to suffer in whatever way because of what transpired. And what exactly transpired, I have no idea. The severity of whatever the repercussions were, I have no idea. But just based on what I've read, I'm like, well, that's not fair if what they're saying is true.
So he's basing this off of Miss Lawrence in an interview with Carlos is saying that that Kenya was not fired or suspended. The abortion conversation is happening in various states. Maryland voted with over 74% of the vote for the right to abortion in Maryland. Maryland. Okay. I'll be coming to the DMV January 24th. January 24th. Tickets are available right now, along with meet and greets. I'll be in California, Los Angeles. Also in New York, right to abortion, 71%. Okay. These are important things that were on the ballot this term. Did I vote? Did I see that on my thing? I did. There were a few there were a few different things on the ballot this election season. So back to this RHOA. So the Jasmine brand also had an exclusive about Kenya. If I could find it, where is it? Hold on. Let me refresh this page. In regards to Kenya Moore. That's why I was like, why all of a sudden we're seeing all of these stories about Kenya? And look, sidebar, Kenya did have a sellout on Amazon. The book that she did with her daughter, Brooklyn, sold out on Amazon. Oh yeah, also rest in peace to Prince's sister, Tyka Nelson. She passed away at 64 years old. Very, very, very sad to hear that. 64 in this day and age is young. You know what I mean? Where is this? Why can't I find the articles that I've seen unless they've taken them down? Because I know the Jasmine brand said that they had an exclusive report in regards to Kenya. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. No, this is it. Because Kenya, in an interview, addressed the possibility that filming had picked up recently and that she was filming scenes. So this is what she said to Entertainment Tonight.
Thinking from the fans, I really have a great fan base, real, not followers, but real fans, and people who really care about me and that want to see me, that miss me. But listen, like I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. You will be seeing me. I'm not going anywhere. Despite all this stuff, this surrounding, whatever this, people decide that they want to write. I think
So the rumors that Kenya Moore had picked up filming and that she was coming back to RHOA at the end of the season are not true. I did see that Cynthia Bailey did say some nice things about Phaedra Parks coming in the last 2 weeks of filming, and she joined them on their international trip, and that everything went so well for that. She brought so much. She made the season in 2 weeks. We shall see. We shall see. Real Housewives of Atlanta, I believe, will be returning at the top of next year. As you know, Married to Medicine returns November 24th. Real Housewives of Beverly Hills returns very soon as well. Real Housewives of Orange County is about to end. They are going to have their reunion, I believe, starts this week. Yeah, a lot of things. So I'm just giving you guys a little bit of a break from the election conversation, okay? So I wanted to talk about the Kenya Moore rumors. They're saying that she wasn't paused or suspended. In Hollywood, just a reminder for people that don't know, in Hollywood, Bravo is never going to come out and say that they fired Kenya Moore. They'll say we didn't renew her. They won't even say that they didn't renew her contract. Obviously, she had a contract, so there was no renewal conversation. Word on the street, and I've heard from multiple sources, even when I came to Atlanta for my show, for people that were there, they said the rumors of what happened were actually true, but we'll say allegedly, that Kenya did share those explicit photos of Brittany Eady at her hair care event. That's what people said. People that were there confirmed it. And I did hear from other sources that Kenya was behind the scenes fishing narratives to blogs. Just saying. I heard from multiple sources in regards to that. So she did want to spin the narrative right now. Pennsylvania, I'll tell you guys right now, 51.7% Harris, 47.4% for Donald Trump. They're still counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Too early to confirm. But yeah, so that's the latest update on Kenya. Congratulations, Kenya, on your book with Brooklyn. Adorable. I also heard Kenya's been trying multiple things behind the scenes on trying to get her stuff going. So don't be surprised if you hear about a podcast. Everybody got a podcast now. I know you guys are done with the podcast, but I do also have a podcast. Make sure you subscribe to that, all right? I might do a special election episode tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Subscribe to the Kempire podcast. We're still trying to get to 1,000 reviews on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. So if you haven't subscribed, go subscribe. Sometimes I add special episodes or special content to other episodes, additional information or thoughts to some of the recaps there. Mary said Brooklyn got to work to keep the lights on. You know what? I am not playing with y'all tonight, okay? She says, off topic, I'm drinking a delightful Trader Joe's wake-up tea made of black tea, cinnamon, and ginger. Ooh, CC. I need to write that down. I want to go. I hate going to Trader Joe's, though. Projected to win
the prototypical swing state.
Ohio.
Florida, neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore.
That's crazy. That Florida and Ohio are no longer considered swing states like they used to be. Marlo is doing a podcast with Sonya. Cynthia Bailey's doing a podcast with Crystal Kung Minkoff. I actually enjoy it, though. Funky says, we love your podcast, just not the others, especially the former reality stars. I will say, though, I give credit where credit's due. I did listen to Humble Brag. That's Crystal and Cynthia's podcast. It's actually good. So far. I like their personalities together. Who would have thought?
Not anxiously yet. That would be.
Okay, I just wanted to pause that to see. I'm not gonna have us listen to the entire thing, but I just wanted to take a little bit of a break from the election conversation. Apple has not updated their electoral numbers yet. It's still 99 for Kamala, 179 for Donald Trump. MSNBC's slow to confirming their numbers. I will tell you guys this. Apple News says for Senate, because Senate and House are very important elections to watch as well. Okay? Senate right now, the GOP, Republicans, have 46 to Democrats 36. So that's pretty close. The House, the GOP has 104, Dems have 73. This is also going to be important for whoever the president is as well. Okay, this is what they talk about when it comes to checks and balances. So I did want to mention that. Awaiting calls in key battleground states, according to MSNBC. According to them, Harris has 81, Trump has 185. You need 270 electoral votes to be president of the United States. Take a breath. Look, I know some of you. Take a breath. Take a breath. Oh, Administrator says, thanks for sharing the Crystal Cynthia podcast. I like it for the most part, but Cynthia May is another at times. Wait. Remember, this is their first time doing that. So give them some grace. This is the first time, they're going to figure out their vibe. Jess says, Kempire for president. That's a hard job. That is a hard job. I wouldn't want it, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to be a politician. Okay, let me give you the results.
Too close to call.
Pennsylvania, too close to call.
Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race.
Don't look that close to me.
In the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican.
I'm just going to mute it for a second. The interesting thing, because I think there will be a record turnout, depending on who wins, it's going to definitely help the Senate and the House of Representatives folks that are running, the fact that it's a presidential race happening as well.
Obviously been too early to call.
Michigan.
It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those three states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all three of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all three of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country, we all remember. Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket. I mean, the internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running.
So, based off of MSNBC, Trump has 191 electoral votes. Kamala has 81. According to Apple News, Kamala has 99. Donald Trump has 189. Breathe, everyone. We know we've seen this before, where someone will come in the lead very early on, but there are key battleground states that will double Kamala's numbers. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. And don't forget to like my video while you're here. This is a very first time that we're doing an election watch party. And we probably won't do another one until 4 years from now. But I probably won't, who knows where I'll be 4 years from now, God willing. Let me just respond to the... I'm doing a watch party on... Okay. Elsa said we need to go get back to the popular vote. When did we ever have the popular vote? That was like hundreds of years ago. We've had the Electoral College for a very long time. I mean, we talk about this every presidential election, that the Electoral College needs to be abolished, but no one's done anything. No one's done anything. And I think it would end up going to the Supreme Court, and you see what the Supreme Court is doing and looking like now. This is why it's important to vote. Thank you, Drea. Thank you for reminding people to vote. Thank you for reminding people to vote. Kemper, will you be live on your talk show 4 years from now? I hope so, K-Baby. That would be fantastic. I don't know if I'll be live. Probably what I would do, if I had a daytime talk show, when I have a daytime talk show, I would probably, I'd probably just keep my YouTube channel. I probably would just keep my YouTube channel and do this very informally here with you guys. And then talk about the election results the next day on the talk show. Live on the talk show. There was another story that I want to talk. Oh, can we take a little bit of a break from the election? Oh, wait. Let's listen to Steve Kornacki first, and then we will get back to sidebars.
Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now,
this is in Pennsylvania he's talking about.
It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again,
right now, 90% is in for Pennsylvania.
Trump. How much is it?
Harris is winning so far.
Bring it down
52%.
back to this level completely. Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I can just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County. This is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks he can make more gains with Hispanic voters if they.
For those that voted early, you can vote yes that you voted today.
Again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in
He's breaking down the counties in Pennsylvania.
The Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because again, and Joy was just talking about this.
Now he's talking about Georgia.
Suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest, the diversification is the most dramatic, and that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got
Nicole,
70%.
Trump did get
Harris
Ohio.
pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You can take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves, those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And, you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82% more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just check me. We showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And when finally we close out on this, we're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating. And
Thank you, Steve. We love Steve Kornacki. Guys who just joined us, keep liking the video. Ellington asked a great question. How are you liking your new home? I love my new home. I think I love my new space. I do that. I don't have a lot of storage like I had in the house, but I'm used to that. I can still store at the other house. But I'm gonna love decorating. I already have some of my, I have my nutcrackers. I already brought some of those over. I didn't bring my tree over yet, but I might put the tree in the studio like I did last year, but I gotta figure out how I'm gonna fit it in there. Because the studio is a little bit smaller than the studio that I had at the house. But I also just need to arrange it better. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the new place, but I'm also enjoying the new neighborhood. So that's been fun. And now I live in a more populated part of New York City, so I run into a lot of you guys in the street, which I love. Yes, guys, you're just joining us. This is our very first ever Kempire election watch party. For those that are voting in our live chat poll, Keep voting, even if you voted early. I voted early. You can vote that you voted. Yes, you voted. Technically, your vote is officially counted today. Okay, so you can vote that yes, you voted today. Okay. Sidebar. What's the pretty photo on your desk behind you? That's my What do you call that thing? The Google Nest thing. That's a picture of New York. That's a picture of it. So it changes every few minutes. So that's what you're probably seeing. Excuse me. NYC MP said you never hint to which neighborhood, and I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't. I mean, people see me, so I guess they kind of, some people know, but New Yorkers don't care, which is great. Excuse me. Elsing says, Kempire, please pull a picture of Don Lemon from today. He looks yummy, and I know he does not swim in my pond. Wink, wink. He's married. L Singleton. And I think we talked about his wedding too. I know you guys don't see everything that I talk about, but he's married. He's married to that white man. Remember? Remember? I mean, he looks great for his age. How old is Don Lemon now? Let me confirm, because I don't want to guess and then, Don Lemon looks great for his age. He's 58 years old. I mean, he's rich, too. He's very rich. Look, he's very rich, Don Lemon. Yeah, he's damn near 60. He looks great. He looks great. I love what he's been doing since leaving CNN. He's building his own platform. Something that he probably should have did a long time ago. He has his own YouTube, his own stuff that he's doing. And I look, not only did he get his CNN settlement, he's going to get a settlement from Elon too. Because he was supposed to have a deal with Elon, and that fell through because Elon's an idiot. We really shouldn't even be on Twitter, y'all. We shouldn't be on Twitter, or we shouldn't be supporting Amazon after what we found out this week with Bezos. There's a lot of stuff. And it's not because of who they're supporting, or it's not that. It's how they're doing it. Which tells you about their character, about their integrity. Elsing says, I bet a stress-free life helps Don look so good. Probably with no kids. Shout out to all the people with kids, but that might help. Y'all didn't hear about Bezos? Just Google Bezos right now. Okay, do you want me to read it to you? Oh, fine. Look, I'll read it to you. Since we're taking sidebars, I'll read it to you. And what he did, look. And what he did. What he tried to block. What he tried to block. Hold on. Because Amazon owns a bunch of stuff now. Okay. Oh wait, sidebar. Here's an update though. Here's an update in regards to this. This is from NPR that says over 200,000 subscribers flee Washington Post after Bezos blocks Harris endorsement. So the Washington Post wanted to endorse Kamala Harris, which a lot of news outlets do. They'll endorse a presidential candidate. So they said the Washington Post has been rocked by a tidal wave of cancellations from digital subscribers as a series of resignations from columnists as the paper grapples with the fallout of owner Jeff Bezos' decision to block an endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris for president. More than 200,000 people had canceled their digital subscription by midday Monday, according to two people at the paper with knowledge of internal matters. Not all cancellations take effect immediately. Still, the figure represents about 8% of the paper's paid circulation of roughly 2.5 million subscribers, which includes print as well. The number of cancellations continued to grow Monday afternoon. Okay. It's a colossal number, former Post executive editor Marcus Burchley told NPR. The problem is people don't know why the decision was made. We basically know the decision was made, but we don't know what led to it. Chief executive and publisher Will Lewis on Friday explained the decision not to endorse in this year's presidential race or in future elections as a return to the Post's roots. It has for years styled itself as an independent paper. Few people inside the paper credit the rationale given the timing. However, just days before a neck-and-neck race between Harris and former President Donald Trump, former executive editor Marty Baron voiced the skepticism in an interview with NPR's Morning Edition on Monday, saying, if this decision had been made 3 years ago, 2 years ago, maybe even a year ago, that would have been fine. It's a certainly reasonable decision, but this was made within a couple of weeks of the election, and there was no substantive, serious deliberation with the editorial board of the paper. It was clearly made for other reasons, not for the reason of high principle. He says, indeed, in his own opinion piece published by the Post Monday evening, Bezos acknowledged the timing was not ideal. That was inadequate planning and not some intentional strategy, he wrote. Just saying. So that was what happened with Jeff Bezos this week. And as you know, Elon Musk was giving away millions of dollars so people would vote for Donald Trump. They just recently said that he could continue doing that. And we're like, how is this legal? How is this legal? So here we are. James says, isn't that illegal? There's a lot of stuff that's happening. You're like, wait, is that legal? We have a felon running for president, but we have felons that can't vote for president. Just saying.
Yeah, it's two states and one.
All right, you're not saying anything. All right. Can we talk about Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? Did we talk about it already? I know I mentioned it. Did we talk about it? You guys remind me if we talked about it. Or for those that are just joining us and want me to remind them what happened. Daisy Bella, we know. Oh, we didn't talk about Salt Lake City? And the news that came out today about Monica Reality, Vontiz Garcia, Darnell Delgado, Jussie Smollett? We didn't talk about that? Ooh. Steady B says, Angela Rise said, did she call the FBI on Elon for the money? Ooh. I love me some Angela Rise. She's the best. But okay. So let me read the story to you because I'm trying to distract you guys because I know some of you are very stressed. I'm trying to distract you. Okay? Let me distract you, okay? Let me just give you an update. So Monica has to pay Heather Gay, who we can't stand this season of Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. She has to pay her $35,000. $35,000. Does she have $35,000 to pay Heather Gay? Oh my gosh. So page 6 says, a Utah judge has ruled in favor of Heather Gay's beauty lab, ordering former Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Monica Garcia to pay the med spa $35,000 after the business sued Garcia for failing to pay her lip injection bill on 2023. The bill was like $2,000, guys. The bill, and even with interest, was probably like $4,000 after interest. Okay? Colorado, wait, we have an update.
Sure. No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever. One place there's not to be realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world.
I just want to pause. According to MSNBC, Donald Trump has 201 electoral votes. Kamala has 91. According to Apple News, Kamala has 109 electoral votes, and Donald Trump has 198. That's according to Apple News, okay? Kamala just won Colorado. She just won Colorado, which has 10 electoral votes, okay? In regards to the House of Representatives, the GOP has 121 votes. The Democrats have 82. The Senate, the GOP has 47, and Democrats have 36. Steve Kornacki speaking. Please
Remember,
pause.
Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at.
Yes,
right
please
here.
do not ask about who people voted for.
More than 60% of the vote in the entire state
It's
is
loud.
in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in a part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at.
Philadelphia does well for Harris.
Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been
Philadelphia,
margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So The question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18 essentially in 2020, and right now it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer, on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you see votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That's a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously,
Steve, take a breath.
This summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. If you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail.
I did eat.
Was dropped in Allegheny
Had a good
County.
dinner.
Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. Let's see with this remaining 25% of the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this The other question we're trying to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, like for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections that we've got to catch up.
Okay, let's get some projections, guys. Take a breath for those that forgot to breathe.
There's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz is still out here. Thank you for the super chat, Julie. Just another feel-good super chat because husband results were so great. I figured I'd spend another $4.99 of his money here. 28 years age gap. Everyone breathe. I'm glad that the health results came back good.
Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special.
All right, we're gonna pause that. I mean, we'll get back to it, guys. If you're just joining us, this is our first ever Kempire watch party, election watch party. Don't forget to like the video. Thank you we almost have 800 likes. Thank you guys so much for doing that. Take a breath. For those, yeah, see, Woo Woo says I forgot to breathe. A lot of people don't take time to pay attention to their breath. So if you have to close your eyes right now, do so. Take a breath for 6 to 8 seconds and then slowly breathe out for a little bit longer. So feel the weight of your body sink into your bed or sink into your chair. Relax, relax. Being anxious is not helping anyone. Being scared and fearful is not helping anyone. All right. We're going to take a little bit of a break from the election and talk about Monica Garcia from Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. So she's been ordered to pay $35,853.60 to Heather Gay's Beauty Lab. So you remember she apparently got lip injections back in 2023 and didn't pay her bill. So then they ended up in court. So we just found out today, according to court documents obtained by The Sun, Beauty Lab filed a proposed judgment on October 22nd, which was approved by a judge and finalized on November 4th, ordering Garcia to pay a total of $35,853.60. In addition to the original lawsuit's principal asking amount of $2,000 for her service with a prejudgment interest of 18% per year between 2020 and 2024, which comes out to $1,683.62, which isn't a lot. Garcia was also ordered to pay $604.98 in costs and fees as a result of the lawsuit. She also must pay Beauty Lab's attorney fees. And the attorney fees are $31,550. I mean, I used to work for a law firm. They be just saying. So the attorney fees cost more than what she would have just settled. If she just settled and paid the money, she could have avoided all of this. So now she owes Heather Gay's Beauty Lab, her company, over $35,000. Over $35,000. $35,000. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It just wasn't worth it. Just wasn't worth it. It wasn't a smart move on her part. Wasn't a smart move on her part. Just pay the money. Or come to a settlement. She would have, if she had just come to a settlement instead of taking it this far, I don't know why she would have taken that to court. I don't know. Dainty Bell says, will Heather even get that money? Probably not. I don't think she has that money. But it doesn't mean that she can't garnish wages until she does. House of Villains coin wasn't that much, I'm sure. Right? She could have had a whole new face with that amount of money. She could have done so much with that money. Remember, she also has young daughters. I know she's been hustling trying to get other opportunities, and now she owes this money. Heather and the other ladies have blocked her from being on the show. So she's not, because even if she had lost this case and she was still on the show, she would have had money coming in. I'm sure she wasn't paid a lot for her first season, but she probably would have gotten a boost after her second season. The House of Villains money's already gone. Probably. Who said a firm? Come on now. Who said a firm? You guys are a mess. Esty says, does she still have her podcast with that blogger? No, she doesn't. She doesn't. Rihanna's in the comments. Hey, Rihanna. Sorry you couldn't vote. Yes, the West Coast closes in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Foxy says, Monica's less than smart. I mean, it wasn't worth her going to court. And now look at that. This is why people don't go to court normally, because now she owes $35,000 to Heather Gay. Oof. Kim, did you see what Heather said on the after show? Which thing? Oh, wait, I did see what she said. And you saw how Meredith was like, what you're saying sounds ridiculous. Because they were talking about the prenup thing, right? And I think she thought Meredith was going to be just nod her head yes and go with everything. And she wasn't. She was just like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. According to Apple News, the electoral numbers right now, Kamala Harris has 112 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 198. You need 270 electoral votes in order to win the presidency. Okay? But there are some key battleground states that will make a difference for both parties. Just saying. Okay? A lot of these places, according to MSNBC, are too close to call. Too close to call. According to MSNBC, though, they're saying that Trump has 207 electoral votes. And what did they think they said Kamala had? I would say we just keep it up instead of keep switching it. Usually. 91. CNN and MSNBC have the same numbers. Right now, Trump is winning, but again, that's subjective because we don't know what the other state numbers are. I live in New York City. Because they all use different systems in regards to, and standards in regards to what they will confirm as, oh, this person is the projected winner. It's not necessarily, because remember, all the votes aren't necessarily in all of these states. So MSNBC has their own standard, CNN has their own standard, Apple News has their own standard, so that's how they differ. Oh, it's so close. Tawana says Arizona has 49.7% Harris and 49.5% Trump. I know we think America's one way. This election is so close. Thank you, Elsie, for another super chat. Random question for Kempire. How do you feel about pen pals? I gotta turn my lights back up. Hold on, y'all. Because I have my lights set at a,
Reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are investigating, again, at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains.
Russian email domains, y'all. Elsie says, how do you feel about pen pals? I recently started talking to a prisoner. Am I giving desperate or... Elsie, are you playing with me right now with this? I used to have a pen pal when I was a kid. I don't think I would be talking to pen pals in prison myself. Are you trying to get on Love After Lockup? Nicole, thank you so much for the super chat. Nicole says, did you see Taylor Swift backed out of performing at Kamala's last push rally? Made me sigh her so hard because she chose to go to the football game. That's interesting. I didn't see that. Look, I will say this though. If you look at the results, I'm not saying that a lot of these celebrities that have pushed for Kamala didn't help in some shape or form, but it didn't. If you look at, like, if Steve Kornacki's comparing these numbers, you're not seeing dramatic changes. You're not seeing dramatic changes in some of these key states that they went to, like Texas. He won Texas. They had Beyonce in Texas, and she didn't win Texas.
Still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1 point swing towards Trump and a 1 point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right
Do I need
here.
coffee?
The
Probably.
ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here, and now you can see it. Harris is falling more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there, and with more same-day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You can take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level. The potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's real reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Let's check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
See, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to
What is
Donald
the
Trump.
system that we have?
Congressional district by congressional district, there is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska.
The electoral system
projected
is
to go
crazy.
to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Wow.
Yeah, the polls are closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county, sort of county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line may be about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county
Why is it taking so
registrar
long, though?
just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls closed. There are 10 plus sites in the county with an hour plus wait, and one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed, it's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So, not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee. Great.
Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3 hour plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
You hit it exactly. It's
Exactly, Rachel.
This does not indicate that there is a voter problem.
That is not Gail King.
There's
That is Rachel Maddow.
System. It just means that
I can see
there
how
are
they might
simply
sound like that.
incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow, Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored, you'll never live it down. Honestly, stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Okay.
Yes, so in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County is one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state in those counties in particular. And folks who are, I've talked to 3 different people at this point, who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they caution that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And, you know, I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground, the data.
Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp
No
concerns
credible
expressed
threat to the public.
by the Harris campaign about the
In
potential
key
effects
states.
of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been because those places had to be cleared up. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at
Where's
Michigan
B613 when you need them?
Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say with some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, you know, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is of the 2 big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, you know, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that the Democrats looked at. They would have said,
it's a love scandal.
This county. Let me just show you. It got
Elsie, thank you for the super chat. If Kamala loses, I'm blaming grocery stores and gas.
Winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county.
Thank you for the laugh, Elsie.
This is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, you know, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020, they want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania.
Jenna, I hear you. Food
They
helps.
did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You can see right here next to Oakland is Livingston County. Okay, this is
I might need to get a
some
snack,
suburbia,
y'all.
some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you,
peach
this was
cobbler,
a bad
chocolate
number
vanilla
for
ice
Donald
cream.
Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points.
B.
This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning
Raquel.
here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we have some vote that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County, okay?
Right now, we're listening to Steve Kornacki on MSNBC. For those that are just joining us, he really breaks down the counties and the trends that we've seen over the last couple of elections and compares them and sort of gives us a projection of what we could possibly expect with the current election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
He's way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight. Some in Virginia, Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this, it was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep us going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that
what is candy corn?
His campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie
This is candy corn. I got this today.
Now it's going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether.
I don't know what's in it. It's like sugar and chemicals.
In 2020, the name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is because
70% off at Dwayne Reed. Okay. Okay.
but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there.
Yes,
so,
boss lady.
Where this lands, the Trump campaign
It is
in
fake.
Philadelphia.
I'm eating
basically
pasta.
Get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these count.
I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm mute it for a second. I always find these election numbers interesting because I always find voters and the way that they vote interesting. Because even when Hillary ran, I was sort of like, I am so shocked at these numbers, which said to me, is America just not ready for a female president? And I think definitely back then they definitely weren't. We shall see in this election. And again, a reminder for those of you that haven't taken a breath, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay. So I find these numbers interesting because when you look at what Biden was doing versus what Harris is doing now in certain counties, it's interesting. I mean, she's trending close to where he was, but not quite where he was. But keep in mind, Joe Biden, looking at the polls when he was still running, wasn't looking good for him either. And we really haven't seen a lot of Joe Biden during the campaign this time around either.
These are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state call.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we gotta wait and see what they are before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do.
You are drinking, aren't you guys?
A lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting.
Michelle says, I'm about to be napping with Joe in a minute.
Changing with the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I would also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing.
Oh, Andy Kim won Senate, Democrat in New Jersey.
The Capitol, in the wake of the insurrection, but also just like both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like
I get uncomfortable.
New Jersey.
Sidebar. I get uncomfortable when white people refer to minorities as well-spoken because I don't think they realize they don't say that about their other white peers. Y'all notice that? Just saying.
They're going to be really, really important, particularly in control, in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened. We can tell
Steve Kornacki's back, y'all.
Following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35, right now it's 32 and a half. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats.
Good night, Nocturnal Care.
Jump here tonight. You can look at do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Now,
Dame, I'm gonna put on a Christmas movie myself.
For them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there's still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here. It's sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is
I just
on
noticed
pace to finish
Rachel
south
did that. I was like,
where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the voting statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions.
Tammy,
at the start
before you
of the
take a
night,
pill, do the breathing
the most
exercise.
Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. almost 90% of the voting here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground.
These aren't hitting the way that I thought they would hit, y'all.
I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County, it's the University of Wisconsin this year, by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working, that's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90%, and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020.
What does Steve Kornacki do when he's not doing this?
Also, in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee, coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost. In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964.
You just have a show?
This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight.
This is Steve's Olympics. TV
fan.
fan.
Down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens.
He probably golfs.
But so
Hey,
far,
Justin.
Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County,
Hey,
which have been
Brandy.
considerable. The decline in Ozaukee County,
Right,
which had been
Natia?
considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those
I love
are some
Steve Kornacki.
big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide.
He's talking about
close to
Wisconsin.
60%. It is very close.
It's very close in Wisconsin.
Statewide, but that is a county, few counties where we have that much voting in the backside.
Trump is in the
That's
lead
very significant
in Wisconsin,
potentially, what we just
but only
said.
58% is
Steve, as
in.
we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where
I might need to,
votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Right, his breath control things he
Update for timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight.
Okay.
Now, that's certainly notable when we talk about the timing, when we talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I'm going to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables.
That's a
right
huge
here,
place to vote.
and
I feel like where I voted,
pull
not
out
even
the
close
bags
to
and
this.
Scan them in. Each person kind of scanning in what's inside, and then once it's scanned,
Every state has a
memory
different
cards
system,
go inside.
which is
Well,
kind of
I call it
crazy.
This almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated, and you see.
Pause. See, I think that's a part of the problem with America's voting system as well. Every state is so different, but every state has their own powers. So the powers of the state affect stuff like this. But when you have a presidential race, this is where you lead to issues. And in regards to how things are counted, and people are like, oh, you got to recount and all. Every state handles their voting situation so differently.
Well, guys, we understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just
Yeah,
waiting on
Ted
them to
Cruz
be
won in
uploaded.
Texas
And so,
again.
when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us.
I voted at a
in
church
Fulton County at the
community
voting
center.
there.
for early voting. Day of voting is at a school.
Person for the Secretary of State's office says the quote vast
Beverly Hills starts this month. I can't remember the date. It's the week I'm in California. The 19th?
By an hour from now.
I think the day before my show.
On 11 p.m. Eastern, and poll closings in 4 Western states.
Yeah, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills is the day before my show. Again, for those that are just joining us, if you're in California, I'll be in Los Angeles on November 20th for the Kempire After Dark live experience. I'm coming to London on December 8th. And then I'll be back in Washington, D.C. on January 24th. That's inauguration week. Hopefully we have a lot to celebrate. look, hopefully we'll have a lot. Either way, we will be celebrating because at the end of the day, we've been under administrations that didn't necessarily we agreed with. So regardless, we will be okay. Regardless, okay? We will be okay. More information on our sponsor for tonight, Uncommon Goods, and our Kempire After Dark tickets are available in the description.
Electoral College, the Electoral
Ooh.
vote right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands
145.
at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as well.
I will say this, according to Apple's results, their news results, Kamala has 167, Donald Trump has 214. All these platforms have different criteria for who they will call in those electoral votes.
Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call, a difference of about 119,000 votes
Close.
between the two candidates. Here's Michigan, too close to call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin,
Thank you, Al Singleton.
also too close to call, fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to
Yes,
Arizona,
Associated Press is what
NBC
Apple's
News
using.
projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's a projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Harvey.
Too early to call.
That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the
Why do I feel like my TV just goes up?
baseball guy
No.
is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize, I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is
Yes,
also
Kamala's
too
at
early to
179
call,
now.
in the Senate race
But this is,
in
if you've been following these races before, sorry y'all.
Senate that includes
If you follow these races before, this is how it goes.
Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia.
Remember when Obama ran that first time though? Woo! That was a time.
Not to run again, a Republican
I think we got spoiled by that.
37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised.
I remember.
Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country.
Okay, well, we can pause. I can mute this for now. I remember when Obama ran and I went to the polling place and I got really emotional because I saw this older black woman voting for him and she was online to vote for him. So it was a very emotional time for a lot of people, especially black people. So I remember seeing this older woman because you just think about the things that she's seen and experienced. I don't even know. She probably might not even be with us. That's how old she was. And you just think about the things that they've seen and experienced and have endured so that we can have the right to vote. It was emotional to see her voting for Obama that year. But I remember, I think a lot of people, and that's why, whose quote is that? Oh, Dr. Maya Angelou. She says, people will forget the things that you say or do, but they will never forget how you made them feel. I think that's what people, I think they want to go back to hope. And I think that's what people were trying to do with this recent election, is give people that same hope feeling that they had with Obama. I mean, everyone pulled out look, they raised all kinds of millions of dollars. They pulled out every celebrity that they could. They did everything that they needed to do. We all did what we all needed to do. We all showed up, we voted, we told people to vote. Now it's in the hands where they need to count. Okay? As I mentioned before, for those that are seeing varied polling results, right now, according to MSNBC, Kamala has 145. Donald Trump has 214. According to the Associated Press, aka Apple News as well, Kamala has 179 and Donald Trump has 214. There are some key states that Kamala will need to win, or Donald Trump will need to win, in order to secure the 270 that you need to win the election. But like I said, I know this is very close. A lot of people are always shocked. Why is it so close? Especially when you think about if this was a job interview and you look at the candidates and you're like, I understand. But we also have to understand the system that we live in regards to this electoral college, and it's not that simple. And there's a lot of things that go into this, and that's why I always say I'm not going to tell people who to vote for, because a lot of the times people will say one thing to you and whatever, and do another thing when they get into that booth. So for me, it's more important to educate yourself. Don't rely on me or celebrities to educate you on things, and don't just watch the news as your education. Actually read. Reading is fundamental, and that will help a lot of people, because there's a lot of misinformation in the world. And we talk about this all the time when we talk about the Diddy situation, when we talk about any pop culture news. People, celebrities, politicians, we've been talking about that for years. They will put out information, and they know that people are not going to do their due diligence and look into the information that's out there and just run with it. We see it all the time. There's so many narratives about particular people, celebrities or politicians, that people just run with, and they've never really done their homework. They've never confirmed, like, is that true? And there's a reason why people push those narratives. This is a reason why we see with Diddy's PR campaign, because he feels as if that's going to help his criminal case. And sometimes, does it help a criminal case? Some might say yes, but a lot of times it doesn't, not a criminal case. It will be interesting to see the numbers in regards to how many women of a particular color voted for whatever candidate, how many people that were new voters that voted this year. It'd be interesting to see how many people actually voted that are registered to vote. Those numbers are always interesting to see, especially with the push that Kamala had in these last 3 months in regards to get people to vote. So I'm interested to see those numbers.
President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon.
Kamala Harris has Oregon, 8 electoral votes.
Attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely, just in terms of it being
in New York.
This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat,
9 the votes.
Won his seat in Congress in an...
But you know what? It might have helped this guy that just won, Pat Ryan, in the House, because New York is so Democratic, because so many people showed up for Kamala to vote for Kamala, is probably why he was able to win so big, or bigly, as someone might say, in this race, is because of the big turnout for Kamala. So that probably really helped his poll, because they said that race was going to be tight, and he didn't. It wasn't a tight race. He won by like an 8-point margin. They did call New York. She won New York. She definitely won New York. Exactly. Amy says voting down the ballot. I have to say, when I went to go do early voting, they told me I didn't have to vote on the what do you call them? The different what do they call those things? Not the offices, but the can't think of the word. I don't know. It's late. It's 11 o'clock here in New York City. But they told me that I didn't have to vote on that. The initiatives, thank you, or propositions. And I was like, really? But they did provide, I will say this, they did provide an actual book with the different propositions. So for those that didn't know, but I thought it was interesting. They were like, there are proposals on the back, but you don't have to fill those out. And I was like, I thought that was weird. Oh, see, NYC says that they told me I had to. I thought that was strange. But I was like, okay. I was definitely going to vote on them. So I took my time and I was going through it. I was like, I thought that was interesting. See, look, Kiana says they told me I had to complete them. I was like, you don't have to complete them. I was like, I did it. I did it regardless. I thought that was interesting. They told me not to. They said I didn't have to. I was like, okay. I was like, I will, because again, I know, but some people might not know. Like an older person going in there being told that, they'll be like, oh, okay, I don't need to fill that out. It's 11:11. Ooh, just take a moment. Take that in. We love our numerology. 11:11 is a manifestation number. This is a great time to get our energy right, calm our energy down, and focus on the outcome that you want. Focus on the outcome that you want. Take a deep breath. Hold it. Slowly but surely let it go. Let it go. Not just let the breath go. Let go of your anxiety. Let go of your fear. Let go of your tightness in any part of your body. Just let it go. Like literally do this. Literally do this. You'd be surprised when you move your body. It really moves energy. It moves the way you feel. That's why they say when you're not feeling good, smile. Even when you don't want to smile, because they said it literally changes the way that you feel. Not stressing from China. Most of me, I try. See, Tammy says it helps. Hey, DC Regal. DC, you live in DC, you come to my show? DC, y'all are showing up. I might have to do a residency in DC the way y'all showing up. Okay? I might have to do a residency in DC. Because y'all showing out already. Oh, you have a stuffed toy? I used to have stuffed animals as a kid. Brandy says, Kempire, we need to do that every day. We do, honestly. I haven't done yoga in a long time. I do Pilates, as you guys know, all the time. Kamala's now at 179. We did tell you guys that. The Associated Press says she's at 179. Let me see what Steve Kornacki is saying about Pennsylvania.
Points, from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw a meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris,
thank you for 1,000 likes, guys,
is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there's a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties.
She did win Maryland. Kamala did win Maryland.
You can see it was 63-36 here in 2020.
Yes, I need to get a Team U t-shirt.
These counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020.
Thank you, Miss Bug.
On the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now.
Shelly, change that terminology. You're not nervous. You are easing into the night.
Over 60% in Chester County. 59.8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land.
They already projected Texas for Donald Trump.
Amount of same-day vote there, but Democrats need Philadelphia to come through in the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs. We're getting close to 90% of the vote here.
Team U equals Team Kempire.
The number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what.
Why are you referring to the Trump folks?
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races.
You're welcome, Mo.
News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown.
I will say this in regards to the Senate and the House, because those are very important. Yeah, I know people hear that, but no matter who wins, if Kamala wins, if Donald Trump wins, they still need to control the Senate and the House with their political party to help get things done. And right now, the House is 111 Democrats, 160 Republicans are in the lead. The Senate, Democrats have 39 that have been called so far. The Republicans are 48. Just want to point that out. Do we have the other details? Let me give you the other details in regards to the governor's races too. I wonder if that's here. Okay, that's the Senate. These elections, man. These elections. No, they don't have it on here. I'm sure they're bringing it. Let me see something.
University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who was
incredible loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah.
Just massive.
Hundreds of millions.
The report doesn't even sound sad. Okay. Let me see what else I have to report to you guys.
Election night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large.
All right, I'm gonna mute it for a second, so for you guys to get a little bit of a break from the election news. I will give you guys an update. For those that are just joining us, don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to check out the description for our sponsor, and tickets are available still for our LA show, for our Washington DC show, and London. I will be coming to London for those that may have not seen that. Ticket information is available in the description, and don't forget to subscribe to the Kempire podcast. I probably will more than likely do, or I already do special episodes on the podcast, so subscribe there. Right now, the election results. Kamala, right now, according to the Associated Press, has 179 electoral votes. Donald Trump, which they just updated, has 230. He needs 40 more electoral votes in order to win the election. Okay, but there are key battleground states that still have not reported. So keep that in mind. All right, What was the other story that I wanted to talk about this week? I'm surprised I didn't hear anything in regards to Diddy, because Diddy was supposed to have a bail hearing on his birthday. I'm assuming that didn't happen, because I haven't heard one thing about that. And he's still in jail. I don't think that they're going to release Diddy at all, to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to release Diddy. Just because they feel like he's a flight risk. They feel like he's going to harass victims. But if you miss any of my coverage of Diddy, I have so much here that I cover in regards to the Diddy situation. I did see that Nicki Minaj. We did a separate live here on YouTube talking, and we played the clips of Nicki Minaj and Ray J. It was under one of the Diddy videos that I did recently, last week. So if you missed that, I did cover that. Hold on, let me see.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically these are votes from Philadelphia County, and
Philadelphia is important.
Bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to
I am tired. What time it is?
very close, but they believe those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference.
I do cleanse. I cleanse all the time here.
Telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So Simone, to be
11:55.
clear, are they enthusiastic about what those
I can't promise I'll be here all night, y'all, but I've been here.
chances overall?
Oh my gosh,
Yes, they are
over 2
enthusiastic
hours.
about what those votes are going to say.
3 hours
And
almost.
They are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed, and
We love
people
Philly.
within the campaign and then
You're welcome,
strategists around the
Tawana.
campaign have all
Not a
said
shot of
within the
tequila.
last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that, given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play.
I thought it was going to be a close anyway.
I also think that it's my understanding they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round, and North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say she, the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as well.
Thank you, Elsie, for
And
another
they
super
note
chat.
that,
We appreciate the support.
The wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right, Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now.
Which has 15 electoral votes, Michigan.
I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground.
Hey, True
Trump
with
is
me.
Still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air.
I'm watching MSNBC.
For Michigan, so the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania.
Tawana, that is one way of looking at it.
Really kind of those 2 bookends with Wisconsin right there.
Tawana.
For Kamala Harris right at the moment.
No, it's too early to declare Michigan.
Have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says
Thank you, Jana.
Dylan, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction.
According to Associated Press, Kamala has 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 230. Like you heard Rachel Maddow say, we probably will not have the end result of this election tonight because this is such a close race and we are still getting a lot of information. There are people still online across the country voting. So we will remain live at least till midnight here in New York City because I'm in New York. But we're just going to have to wait and see. This is why we say every vote counts. Every vote matters. Okay? And if you know someone that's online, tell them to stay online. If you're online, you have a right to vote. Right now, Kamala, according to MSNBC, has 165 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 214. Thank you, Lulu, for the snacks for the rally. Yes. But that's according to MSNBC. All of these platforms have different systems in order to confirm whether or not whether or not this person has gained whatever state's electoral votes. Is there a drought in New York? It has to be because it hasn't rained in a long time, like a good rain. I was about to say I didn't see the drought warning here in New York City, but it makes sense. It makes complete sense because I was about to say the other day, I was like, my terrace needs a good, like, cause with the rain it cleans stuff too. I was like, it needs a good, Mayor Adams put New York on a drought watch. He's been dry for a long time. Kamala's got Connecticut.
Contest in Washington.
She's got Washington State.
And there also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington State. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate.
Okay. All right. Oh, what did I just do?
From Washington State. Steve, over to you.
Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start
especially on the
Virginia,
East Coast,
where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points.
And that's 13 electoral votes for Virginia.
This was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points.
Thank you, Julie.
Getting leaps and bounds more Democratic.
Better than a TV. Thank you, Julie.
Loudoun County tonight would have been a 25-point win for Joe Biden, comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very
Prince William County.
densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if you were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is it's maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now,
That's
from a
New York
national
State.
Popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the voting in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself.
Staten Island is red.
Of New York City, they're each their own individual county.
Wow. When you look at the blue versus the red in New York, it's so
Manhattan,
interesting.
The most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win.
Thank you,
Down to
Sonny.
63. Trump's made
Texas.
double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump.
I have a question. I'll bring it up in just a second.
Over at Brooklyn, 55 has come down to 43.
Thank you,
Staten
Lulu,
Island's
for the
very
super
small
chat.
population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic
Staten
voters,
Island.
working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being
Glad I don't live
reflected
there
in that
anymore.
statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here.
MSNBC hasn't called it, but other places have called
Contrast
it.
this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular voting implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic
These numbers are
populations.
interesting.
Joe Biden won here by 46 points.
Not Canada's
Tonight's
full. We
28
coming.
points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's
That's like
gains.
10-point shift from Biden to Harris.
Those are some of the states here that have bearing
in that
on the
county.
national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those.
So I have
states.
questions. Steve, we'll get back to Steve Kornacki in just a second. We're watching MSNBC. We are doing our Kempire election watch party. I wonder a couple of things. Yes, there are other elements that will come and play. People don't like Kamala, whatever it may be. But I also wonder, because we have to remember, Kamala started her election, her campaign 3 months ago, while Trump has been campaigning for well over a year, whatever, or since he lost the last election. And, Biden was campaigning, for the last how many months. I wonder if that last push also affected her. Because when you look at the numbers from where Biden was in some of these counties, you're seeing a drop for Harris. Although she might still be leading against Trump, you're seeing a drop from the previous year. Despite all of the endorsements and celebrities and all the rallies, but that was in the last 3 months. Is the last 3 months enough for people to make a decision on who they want in office? Because we have to remember, Donald Trump also was a president for 4 years. And then he also was campaigning since losing the last presidency. So he's had 4 years to be like, oh, da-da-da-da. See, I wonder how much of that plays a part. Just a question. But again, and I said this the last time when Biden dropped out of the race, a lot of people were like, he did the best thing for our country by, they praised him, and I said, but you've given her 3 months to put together a campaign and get out there. And I was just like, how is that fair? How is that fair? But do I think these numbers would be drastically different? Honestly, I don't think so. I'm just posing a variety of options and questions, but I also think that America is not ready for a female president. We saw that with Hillary Clinton. I'm not saying the election's not over, calm down. I'm just saying, I think in general, because it's so close, it shows you that there are a lot of people that aren't ready for a female to be president. When you look around the world, some less developed countries have had female prime ministers and presidents. It makes you think, like, what is going on with America? We are supposed to be the leading force of democracy, and we have never had a female president. When you go to other countries, and we've had tons of female prime ministers and presidents and leaders. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing a woman lead this country, to be honest with you. Because I think it would make a dramatic difference in a lot of things. But we still, look, I know a lot of people are still very anxious, and I understand your anxiousness, but your anxiousness only hurts you. Keep that in mind. I know a lot of you get really like, oh my God. Your anxiousness only hurts you, because no matter who becomes president, you still have to live the life that you have. So your health and the stress and the anxiety is not worth that tonight. And you also have to keep in mind your state and your local elections and officials are very, very important to you. So make sure you're paying attention to what your local elections have done for you today. For those that are writing in caps, you can't write in caps in here. There's just something we don't allow in here. Okay. So those are just some of my questions. But no matter what happens, look, we've gotten through, we have to remember, if we look back at history, I know a lot of people don't know history or are not interested in history, they don't do their homework. But if you look throughout history, we've had, although some might say this is some of the worst that we've had, but we've made it through things, and we will make it through whatever the result of this election is. Yes, I will update you guys in regards to the House numbers right now. The GOP has 167 wins right now, and the Democrats have 119. Not looking good for the House. Not looking good for the Senate. Democrats have 40, and the Republicans have 49. But we will wait and see. And that's why I don't think people realize that if they look through the history of, yes, I think the presidency is important. However, what's far more important is your House and your Senates. Because we've seen before where you've had a Democratic president, yet they had a Republican House and Senate, and they are like their hands are tied, and they have to do a lot of presidential executive orders. So there are a lot of things to consider and to think about. I know, Christine, a lot of people feel that way. There's a lot of independent voters, and that's what Democrats and Republicans are nervous about, because there are far more independent, nonpartisan voters, and they're not sure where they're going to vote. Yeah, your local elections are critical, and quite a few propositions were on the ballot, specifically in regards to abortion and things like that as well. That was on the ballot in a lot of states, including here in New York. because as you know, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. So that was a big thing for. I'm surprised. I thought that would be a big thing for this election, and that would help push people forward. But as you can see, it really didn't. It really didn't. So far, calm down. Look, calm down. Thank you guys so much for all the likes. I love that you guys are supporting. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you to those of you that send Cash Apps, Venmos, PayPals, all that. For those that engage with our sponsors, all that helps support the channel. We are still celebrating 500,000+ subscribers here on the channel. This was our very first election party. We didn't do one back in 2020. I don't know why. I think I went to bed. I didn't want to wake. I didn't know what I was going to wake up to. And I was following the numbers on my phone last year. For those that didn't know, Apple, if you have an Apple phone, and especially if you have an updated one, you can have it on the dynamic island. You know, dynamic island's at the top of your phone. If you go to Apple's News app, and you'll be able to add it. So you'll get your results. So like in the morning, all the results will be there. Hold on.
Winner in Virginia.
Kamala wins Virginia.
Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in the state of Virginia.
13 electoral votes in Virginia.
Project a winner in the presidential
North Carolina,
in North
Donald
Carolina.
Trump, 16 electoral votes.
NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first
Foxy, what time is it? Where you are?
The 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump. I understand we also have a change in the characterization of the presidential race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call. Looking at the overall map, the road to 270, right now Donald Trump stands at 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, of the 7 swing states that we and everybody else has been watching, we now have an NBC News call in the first one, Joy, North Carolina.
Virginia.
Yeah, and so it was, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that
We need
state.
Pennsylvania.
Defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women.
I wonder why.
For Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who was trying to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting
I love
their
Joy
gender,
Reid.
there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
And I love they have her front and center.
Surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last
Kamala.
few weeks. You cannot
Pause. According to Associated Press, Kamala has 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 230. MSNBC is reporting differently because they take a little bit longer to confirm the electoral votes. They wait for a certain percentage to be in.
Which is like, what's the floor? What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee in a swing state, in basically a closely done?
Remind people who he is.
Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina, running for for governor. He's the
Oh,
one
what
who
happened?
said he was called himself a Nazi at one point on the Nude Africa forum.
What was that
He had
about?
a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every.
There's a candidate, I think was it North Carolina, that referred to himself as a. Okay. Look, okay. Thank you guys so much for over one. I love that you guys are supporting because liking the video is so important. I'm glad I haven't had to say it. But thank you guys so much for liking the video. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for those that are subscribing. They don't tell me who's subscribing here, but thank you for being here. I'm located in New York City, so it's pretty late here. It's almost midnight here in New York City. Wait, Amy, he was black, the man that referred to himself as a... I thought it was the white man on the shoulder. It's Robinson. Well, oh yeah, you're right, because he was the Republican. The Democrat one though. Lord have mercy. Look, Lord have mercy. You can't make this stuff up. Thank you, Dame. Dame, your phone died? I'm watching my battery here. I'm at 54%. I think I should be good. I'm only going to stay on for a little bit longer. Probably a little bit past midnight because I feel okay. I don't feel tired. And you guys are keeping me up, which helps. So if you'll stay up with me, I will stay up with you. I mean, we can't stay up all night because some of these will not come in until the morning. Or if not, in the next day or two. My laptop's plugged in. This is not plugged in. I don't know where I think I have a cord over there. But I don't think I will need it. I think I could be on here for another hour and I'll be fine. Because I've been on here, I'm not even at 50%, and I've been on here, 3 hours? So I think I'll be fine. Hey, Alma. Alma, you got me what was it, the candle holders, right? Was that the way you got me? When we opened it on live and it broke? I got the replacement. They're on my little coffee table here. Thank you to everyone that got me a little something for my housewarming earlier this summer. All right, do we need to do another breathing exercise, guys? Close your eyes. Take a moment, because a lot of times when we're anxious, we forget to breathe. And then out slowly. When we breathe in this next time, hold it for like 5, 6, hold it for as long as you can hold it, and then let it out slowly, but longer than you held it for. So if you held it in for 8 seconds, hold it out, breathe out for like 10 seconds. Thank you so much, Julie, for the super chat. Julie says, living in the Niagara River, I took a break and sitting outside on my screen porch, wind calm and can see the mist of the fall. Oh my gosh, you live over there? That's beautiful. Julie, that's amazing. The sound of the water too. Ooh, I love that. I might put a little sound thing on behind the scenes here. Too bad we can't be outside on the terrace because it's a little windy, I can see. All right, close your eyes, everyone. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Let it out slowly. There's scientific evidence that proves your body does relieve stress when you do these breathing exercises. Don't forget to breathe. For those that have anxiety, that will help you as well. I'm gonna post, matter of fact, I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna put it on my community tab, one of my favorite videos for if you have anxiety and you wanna understand how to battle anxiety, especially right now. Let me just say thank you. I'm gonna post it on my community tab right now. Nicole, thank you for the super chat. Nicole says, I live in a red state. My husband and I saw husbands standing over their wives as they voted. My spouse even saw a man whispering in his wife's ear. That should be illegal. I mean, it is illegal. But I wish people would, there would be a little bit more like protections in regards to that. That's voter intimidation, even if that's your husband. That's crazy to me. But I think in certain states, people are not going to, even though it is illegal, they're not going to do anything about that. Okay, wait, let me just post this. For those that have anxiety, I'm going to post this, one of my favorite videos on this. I'm gonna post it. I have it on my phone here. For those that want to learn a little bit more about anxiety, for those that are experiencing anxiety for the very first time, I'm going to post this video on my community tab here for those that, and she does a lot of really great videos. So I'm gonna post it. Okay, let me just, I think she's fantastic. The way she explains anxiety is brilliant. For those suffering with anxiety today, please watch. All right, so I posted it on my community tab on here for you guys. And she is a mental health professional licensed in the United States. So you can check that out. All right. Okay, can we take a little bit of break from the election results? Who watched Love is Blind? I'm still watching to make sure. Oh, wait a minute. California only has less than 50% in, and that's 54 electoral votes. That's huge. That's huge. Okay. Did you guys watch Love is Blind? It started off so interesting and so good at the beginning, and then it was so bad at the end. So bad at the end. What a sharp turn of a subject, I know. I'm trying to make it light for you guys at the same time. Like, I don't want it to all be focused on the election results and numbers. But who watched Love is Blind? Who was annoyed by Marissa? Here's the thing, the Marissa and Ramses situation. Look, I think Ramses saw who she really was and didn't like it. And that's okay. I'd much rather you say, yes, we're not going to do this, instead of him getting married and wasting everyone's time. I mean, I love Marissa's mother. She was a mood. She was great reality television. But everyone was trying to make him out to be the villain when he just realized, yeah, this doesn't work for me. This doesn't work for me. Monica and with Steven, I'm glad that they didn't make it down the aisle. I didn't really love his vibe from the beginning. And I didn't feel like they were a good match either. Ashley and Tyler, when they explained it at the reunion, I kind of got where she was coming from. But at the same time, like, her energy towards the audience, and I guess what people were saying in the comment section, I don't know what people were saying in the comment section about them, but Tyler ended up having all these kids that he donated his, stuff to. The way she explained it during the reunion was basically he had helped this lesbian couple get pregnant. They ended up getting a divorce, and then because this person was his friend, he was very much involved in the child's life. Love is Elena says that Ashley was lying. Was she lying? My thing is, at the end of the day, if she's lying, girl, you like it, we love it. We don't have to live with him. But the way she was going hard for him at the reunion, I was just like, oh, guess she told us. Happy Sky, no. Kenya Moore, we did talk about Kenya Moore a little bit earlier during this live. She is not returning. She's not returning. She confirmed it. She says she thinks that's people's hopeful wishes, but she's not. Carolina, thank you for the super chat. Carolina says, so much for the Ann Seltzer prediction for Iowa. Everyone was bragging up how accurate she's been in the past elections. Oh, I never looked at her predictions. Here's the thing with psychic predictions, which we've talked about before. It's hard for a psychic to accurately determine an election when we all have personal choice. Because the energy around our personal choice, that could shift. It's hard for a psychic to predict an election because of our own personal choice. And I've heard different psychics predict different things when it comes to this election. So, do I think that makes one psychic better than the other? No, because it's hard for them to determine that. J. Lachelle says, didn't Sloan Bella? say that there wasn't going to be one, something like that. She did, and then she said, didn't she say that Trump was going to win too? Clara says, Kempire, please. Coming at me. I'm just repeating what Ashley says. Ashley's covering for him. He does have child support court date. Oh, not child support, coming up on November 15th. Tyler is Tyler. So she was lying. And then gaslighting the audience, making us think. Because I know Miss Esquire called in for our Real Housewives of Potomac recap, and she said she wanted to talk about it too. I haven't kept up on the side stories, and I know that we saw pictures of Tyler and those babies, and that was his explanation on the reunion. I need the Love is Blind reunion, folks, though. Stop trying to put everything in one reunion with all the past seasons, people coming back and giving us, she's pregnant, Glow Rocks? Oh, God. Look. I need them to stop pushing everything in that same reunion, though, because then it takes away from the current season. It's so ridiculous. That Ashley situation, I need a full rundown. So Ashley was lying during the reunion. Ashley allegedly is being pregnant. Kanisha says she denied being pregnant. Well, Ashley, what can she say about the court date? What can she say about the court date in regards to the child support? Here's the thing, though. As a sperm donor, we've heard of people being taken to court. If you didn't do it official, like if you didn't do it through like an actual organization, we've heard people going to court for stuff like that. And you know, because they did it with a friend or something like that. That can happen. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, the situation wasn't supposed to be like, I'm just helping you out. Thank you, Castra. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the support. Thank you. I still have energy. Maybe it's the plastic that I was eating. The candy corn. I'm up. Dame says, I thought you were about, I do not have a child. I did not donate my situation to anybody either. Someone did consider asking me that, and I was like, because that's the thing. If you do that with friends, instead of doing it through like an agency, those friends could later be like, "You're the father of this child. Give me child support." I'm not trumping for Tyler. I'm just saying that there are situations like that. April, we do not know who has won. The current Associated Press results are saying that Kamala has 205 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 230. You need 270 in order to win the election. Okay? And there are key battleground states that we probably won't know the results until tomorrow, this week, hopefully tomorrow. But you need 270 to win the presidency. Kiara says that they just showed that he's up in the battleground states. I mean, he could win. He could win Georgia. He could win, what was it? What was the other state? Did they say North Carolina? But he would definitely need Pennsylvania in order to win the election. MSNBC did read an email that they received from Harris's campaign in regards to this, and they said that they knew that this election was going to be close. I think a lot of people didn't think so. I knew that it was going to be close. Oh, Chanel, what did I think of Hannah from Love is Blind? I thought Hannah was ridiculous. I don't think Nick was perfect at all. He was a spoiled brat. I do think that he didn't want to share everything on camera for whatever reason. I do believe that he said something derogatory about her looks, but I also feel like they were misrepresenting themselves in the pods too, both of them. Because remember when they described themselves to each other, like, oh yeah, I'm the sports guy, even though he really is a sports guy, but you would never tell from the way he looks. But the way she described herself, I was like, they're both misrepresenting who they are in the pods. But then when we got to see her outside of the pods, exactly, she was mean. Her own brother was just like, yeah, she's terrible. And look, she did have her life together. And in comparison, Nick didn't have his life together. But she was mean. And it's funny. I think the reason why she called things off. Ooh, let me turn my lights back on, y'all. See, it's midnight here. My lights automatically go off. I think that, look, it's dark. It's dark. Okay. Let me turn that off. Okay. I think that, she called things off with Nick on Love is Blind for those that are just joining us. I think she called things off with him before because I think she thought that he was going to call things off first. And she didn't want to be embarrassed in this reality show. I've been getting the mood set. Hold on, let me see if there's some results coming in.
Project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii.
That's 4 electoral votes in Hawaii.
In terms of the road
She wins
to
Hawaii.
270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call, 84% of the vote is in, just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call, 44% of the vote in, difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in, just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates. And in Arizona, it's not too close to call, it is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in. Also in Nevada, it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada.
2% in Nevada, because they're still online in Nevada.
Go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my...
All right, I'm going to mute that. I'll tell you guys, based off of the Associated Press, the Senate, the GOP has 50 versus the Democrats 42 in the Senate. In the House, the GOP has 175 versus the Democrats that have 131. All right. Again, the battleground states have not been called yet. The only one that was called was North Carolina. That went to Trump. Right now, based off the Associated Press, Kamala is at 209. Trump is at 230. A lot can happen once these battleground states are finalized. Let me listen to what Steve Kornacki is saying.
That is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic.
He's talking about Pennsylvania.
So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. His margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see.
Philadelphia.
This update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in
Gains
County.
with Hispanic
He's gonna win
voters.
this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County.
Don't cry yet. I'm not crying. I was cleaning up my
Also,
eyes.
we're getting some clarity
Look.
in Pennsylvania. South Central Pennsylvania. Lancaster
South Central?
County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020 Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia.
Which one? This
Lebanon
one?
County here too. All the
That's
vote is
citrine.
in. Again, Democrats wanted more Trump, more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge.
Julie said she's about to go to this gas station and get cigarettes.
We got almost all the vote in Delaware County.
Is the gas station open at this time?
Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these of these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24 and a half. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties,
Oh, it's 24 hours, Julie.
is all reported out early, and what remains is this same.
I get my crystals from a variety of
So all these
places.
counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in his core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County, now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's
Thank
see
you,
how the
guys.
vote by mail comes
I have
in
some, I have some pretty crystals over here you guys can't see, too.
Past that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this.
Clement, you
county
live where? In
2020.
China? Is that where you say you
Go up
live?
to Bucks here is a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like
Shanghai,
Bucks
China.
County,
I want to go.
blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground.
Yes, he
You're
is,
seeing
Zoe,
this was
right
such a
now.
close race in
But that
2016.
happens in these types
Democrats made
of
a significant
systems.
jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the voting, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Here, Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats want her over 60% here, given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains,
Lord.
especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations. It becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by
Hey,
mail
it's me,
ballots that
MK.
we're told
We don't know
in
yet.
county, but
We
we're
probably won't
talking
know
about
till the morning.
Maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, just in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this, and you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped. Basically up to 350,000, and there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow.
Philadelphia.
Morning. So another jump
That's
like
important
this
for
expected to
Harris.
come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is
That's
still
good
running
news.
3 points
Feel
north
better about that.
of
Take
where
in the
he
good
was
news,
in
people.
Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that till
All right,
final-
Steve, we understand. You looking fresh, Steve, in your crisp white shirt.
Take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some
And the
more
ill-fitted
counties that are basically
pants.
filled in Georgia now, 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000.
I'm delirious right now.
Not a lot of votes.
I'm
left.
drinking
So one place
kombucha.
we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one. More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right
Steve
now.
is already-
And again,
I love
we
me some
just
Steve
showed you,
Kodak,
it was
though.
18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16
Right?
and a half for
Come on.
Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton,
But he's a numbers
like
guy. He don't care about
6.
fashion.
Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been. One of the stories tonight, we don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties.
He's gay though, right? Steve Kornacki? Didn't I hear that he was gay?
Of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together.
Oklahoma, I'd love to come to Oklahoma.
Trump has amassed this lead
I like to see other parts of the
statewide.
United
We've also got
States.
a little bit more in now out in DeKalb
Hey,
County.
Judy.
You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter. Large.
He has a
black
vintage look.
population,
He sure does.
Large population of college educated white
Update.
voters.
Kamala Harris has 210 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 230.
2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more. They desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is a.
Yes, Trump was able to vote, even as a felon. I'm watching MSNBC with Steve Kornacki.
2020, not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, see if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip.
He hasn't had time for a haircut.
Flip from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened.
Poor Steve. Steve is holding it down though. He doesn't look tired at all. Look, he doesn't look tired at all. Steve Kornacki is the numbers guy over at MSNBC. If you're just joining us, guys, we are getting our MSNBC numbers. Their numbers differ from our Associated Press numbers, which say that Kamala Harris has 210 electoral votes, while Donald Trump has 230. MSNBC, I believe, says that Kamala has 189 and Donald Trump has 230. But they wait for a certain percentage to come in before declaring that that person is a projected winner. Right now, they're telling us the projected winners in these other elections, from the House to the Senate, also the governor's races that are happening. The Senate and the House don't look great for Democrats. It doesn't look great for Democrats. I mean, I'm sure they're also not surprised by that because they already knew that this election would be tight for Kamala and Trump too, so. And there were a lot of propositions on the ballot in various states, including abortion. Kempire, wait. Oh, Lord, I'm missing your comments, guys. Steve Kornacki chinos from Gap were ordered at record levels that time they ran out. Are you serious? Why? Kempire, did you see the skit of Maya and Kamala did on SNL? It was so funny. Yeah, if you guys follow me on Twitter, I posted it when it went live. It was really funny. I was like, wow, Kamala's comedic timing is impressive. He really does, man. He does hold down with stats. I like a smart man. He's not bad looking either. I mean, not my type, but but I like a smart man. He my boo tonight. Hey, look, he my boo tonight. Guys, we're not duped. If you've followed elections over the years, unless you're super young here, sometimes these numbers look this way, and all it takes is one state for a candidate to reach the 270. So it's not over till it's over. Imagine him and Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper's too corny for me, though. He's smart, but he's also corny. Kempire not my type, but he my boo tonight. I can't. I'm just saying, man. He my boo tonight. He's doing the numbers for us. I'm not liking the numbers so far, but still. Yes, Jan, I hope you can come to the... Yes, guys, don't forget. Most importantly, in less than 2 weeks, I will be in Los Angeles for our Bourbon Room show. Go get your tickets. We still have tickets available. I would like to sell out the show. If we don't sell out the show, I'm not coming back to the West Coast. Yep, I said it. Okay. Then London. If you want me to come back to London, we got to sell out this show too. You got to prove. This is why you guys want me to come to other cities. We got to prove that we can sell out shows like we did in New York and in DC. DC, we're already having low ticket alerts, and that show's not till January. Okay. I'm going to be in Los Angeles November 20th. I'll be in London on December 8th. And then I'm going to be back in DC on January 24th. All the ticket information is available in the description, along with Uncommon Goods, who's sponsoring our live watch party tonight. Jazz is buy 2 tickets to LA. Amazing. Thank you. Jan says, I was 9 months pregnant for the last show, but my hubby is going to have to hold down the fort for me to get there. Wow. Well, congratulations on the baby. DC is showing out. I have to give it to DC. DC, I will always come to New York, and DC hold it down for me. New York's my hometown. But there's already a low ticket alert for our DC show, which is not until January, like 3 months away. There's a low ticket alert for the meet and greets. There's a low ticket alert for the premiere tickets. There's still general admission that you guys can get. But if we are on track the way that we're on track, we're going to sell out DC again. C River says, can I still vote? What state are you in, C River? It depends on what state you're in. Yes, come on, LA. Have they projected LA for Kamala yet? I know she's going to get it, LA. That's a lot of electoral votes for Kamala to get LA. I mean, that's her city, her state too. Oh, you got VIP in LA. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, guys, that's the great thing about doing this show. It's an opportunity for all of us to meet in person. That's the difference in regards to, I do live shows all the time here, but the Kempire After Dark live show, it's a little bit more explicit. There are a variety of hot topics that we cover there that we don't talk about anywhere else. You get to ask questions. We also have our meet and greets, all kinds of really cool things. Did they call the Senate? According to the Associated Press, they haven't declared the Senate yet. It's getting close, though. It's getting close. Every news outlet is going to declare at different times. So, according to MSNBC, Kamala has 189, Trump has 230 electoral votes. You need 270 electoral votes in order to win the presidency of the United States. April says that my son voted for the first time. It was awesome. I just asked my sister about my nephew voting, and she says, oh no, because he turns 18 this month. I was like, damn, just missed it. Literally just missed it. But he's in New York, so. Well, according to MSNBC, they're a little slower with confirming the numbers. According to the Associated Press, Kamala's at 210, Donald Trump is at 230. Oh, my nose now. Meanwhile, the world outside of America is like, I know, Data. What time is it in New Zealand, Data? Writer person says, please come to Detroit or near it. I would love to come to Detroit. If you guys know promoters in your city, can you just please tell them to reach out? That way we can at least start the conversation to certain cities. I think we would do well in Detroit too. I think we would do well in Detroit. I would love to come to Detroit. Thank you for the super chat, writer person. It's a Wednesday at 6:19 p.m. That's such a mind thing. Oh my gosh. Because it's like already evening in New Zealand the next day. I mean, technically, we're here Wednesday morning. Wednesday, it's after midnight here in New York. Okay, Kiara wants to do some breathing. Okay, guys, close your eyes. Dame burnt her chicken. Lord have mercy. Everyone close your eyes. Take a deep breath before we get off of this live. Take a deep breath. Hold it. And then slowly breathe through your mouth. Let's do it again. Hold your breath for however long you can. And then when you exhale a little bit longer than you held it. So if you're holding it for like 8 seconds, then breathe out for like 10 seconds. So let's breathe in. Breathe out. Let's do it one more time. And feel the weight of your body just get heavy. Relax. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out slowly. I also posted on my community tab here on YouTube a really great mental health professional that talks about anxiety, and she goes through an exercise with you in that. So you can check that out on my community tab. Is Michigan a blue state? No. It's usually a swing state, so we never really know. Do I think that Diddy's sons have a day job? No. They're gonna need one though. It's 7 a.m. in the morning Wednesday in South Africa and my nerves are shot. No, Prince, we can't have your nerves be shot. Have a good night, Lauren. I'm about to go to bed too. I'm good right now. I'm not tired, but I think the latest I will be on will be 1 a.m. That will be the latest because I need to go to sleep. I need to rest because a lot of the results we really won't know until the morning. Paula, I love Tip of the Moon. I love her. She's a great Reiki master. Sometimes I watch her on TikTok. But you're right, she does have some great Reiki videos on YouTube. Yes, I've been on for 200 and almost 19 minutes. How many hours is that? I came on earlier than I had allotted. I came on, what, 8:30? So I've been on for almost 4 hours. I've been on for almost 4 hours. And we've been talking hot topics. We've been talking reality television, some reality television news. We talked about some pop culture news. Sidebar. Did you guys hear that Jim Jones and Brooke Bailey from Love and Hip Hop allegedly got secretly married? And you remember Jim Jones was engaged for decades, well, maybe not decades, but over a decade, to Chrissy from Love and Hip Hop. That's a rumor on the street. That's the rumor on the street. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's not a full moon. It's supposed to be a full moon in I think, a couple of weeks. It's not a full moon. We just had a new moon. It's not a full moon. That's the word on the street. Brooke Bailey from Love and Hip Hop secretly married Jim Jones. I met Jim Jones years ago at an event, Concrete Loops event. Concrete Loop used to be a popular blog. And I was invited to their event. And he was there, sitting outside at VIP. He was so, like, hateful. He was so hateful. I was like, just angry for no reason. But that's we don't know for sure. That's the rumor on the street that Jim Jones and Brooke Bailey secretly got married. But recently, he and Chrisley, I heard, broke up. But they were living separately anyway. Like, she was living in Florida. He was still living here in New York. And if you remember Love and Hip Hop, how she proposed to him. Just saying. He is very mean-spirited. Like, I didn't like his energy. I was like, okay, angry for no reason. Elsing says, poor Chrissy, she was loyal. Oh, she's a Taurus? Hanging on for dear life. Oh, God. I'm glad I'm not that type of Taurus. When does it usually snow in New York? I mean, this is weird weather we're having. Tomorrow's supposed to be like 80 degrees. It's November. It's supposed to be a lot colder than it is right now. I mean, it could snow anytime, like between now and December. It could really start snowing in November. We've had snow for Christmas. I mean, Chrissy could be mean too. You're right. Chrissy had her mean moments as well. She's a Taurus? I had no idea. Some of these Tauruses, I find it to be so surprising. That might be the reason why I did like her on Love and Hip Hop, though. I did like her on Love and Hip Hop. Dame says I want a white Christmas so bad. I don't know. You can get a flocked tree. Oh, which reminds me, I meant to look. I wanted to see if I was gonna get. I was looking for a new tree that I wanted to get. Y'all. I wanted to get this new tree. I already I have a lot of trees. But for those that know, I have like one tree that I had in my living room at the old place. But when I got the tree versus what I saw online, it looked fuller, but that tree doesn't look full now. Like in person, it doesn't look full. But I have my flock tree that I had from QVC, but I've had that for a few years. You guys have seen it in the studio. That's a great tree. That's still at the other house, but I'm gonna bring that over. I might put that in the studio. But I want a tree for the living room. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. Because I do have quite a few like trees, but all of them look like the Charlie Brown tree, except the flocked one. So I'm sort of like, oh. And QVC has some new trees that came out yesterday, and I meant to order one because I'm like, I kind of want a tree. I did see a few trees being sold on TikTok, but I don't really trust those trees. I don't know those companies. Like I know some of the companies that QVC works with. So I'm sort of like, but I love being QVC though. I can't sit and watch it though, because if I sit and watch QVC, wait, what happened? Is this the price? I mean, the price point that you see on TikTok versus QVC definitely dramatically different. However, it's the quality. I feel like I get good quality from QVC, and they do have the easy pay option. And what I like, cause the QVC tree that I had before. It was, when you think about how much you paid for it, I've had it for how many years since then. I was thinking about getting a real tree, but then I was like, oh, do I really want to deal with a real tree? Because then you have to light a real tree. You have to string lights. I don't really want to do that. Exactly, quality versus quantity. And I feel like if I get a tree from QVC, I'll probably keep this tree for the next how many years? Mary, yes, Monica must be seething. $35,000 now she owes Heather Gay from Salt Lake City. Did you grow up in New York City? I did. Born and raised here. But my family's from Jamaica, the island, not Jamaica, Queens. QVC is funny to watch. That's why I want to see Stacy from QVC. I want from Stacy from RJP. I want to see her on QVC. I don't know why she left that good job. Julie, thank you so much for the super chat. Julie says you should do your favorite things for Christmas. I am going to do my favorite things for Christmas. I just haven't decided what my favorite things are. $35,000 for lips that she said that were janky. Data, why do you miss my house? Data says you don't miss your house. Why do you miss my house? I don't miss my house. I mean, I still have my house, but I'm not there. QVC, I could watch QVC. Like, there's always something on QVC, especially during the holidays. I could definitely watch the QVC channel for a while. I haven't watched it in a long time because I don't need to be buying anything. But I was looking for possibly getting a new tree, which I'm still looking at. Guys, you're just joining us. We are still watching the election numbers. But right now, it's still too close to call. There has not been any update in regards to the numbers because the key battleground states are still counting their numbers. It's too early to confirm who has won those states. Pennsylvania is very, very important for Kamala Harris. We shall see. Right now, Kamala Harris has 210 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 230 for those that were worried originally because it was such a huge disparity. It's not over till it's over. It's not over till it's over. Okay? Mm-mm. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, according to someone on my Twitter, they also were getting the threats. I can't say the word on here. Also in Pennsylvania, I'm not surprised by that. Again, they were saying that those threats were coming from Russia, but there weren't real threats. They were just people calling in those threats, which they were trying to deter people from voting. I mean, they benefit from certain people being in office. So we have to understand the motivation behind international interference. Let me blow out this candle because this candle's been burning way past the point it's supposed to. Okay, so, and I'm about to go to bed. So, I still haven't got my couch yet, y'all. I still haven't got my couch yet. Like, luckily, I at least got one chair for this space because, I mean, I did get a couple more pieces of furniture this past weekend. I got one of my stools, which I'm happy about. Just waiting on the other three. But this stool I ended up ordering because I didn't realize I needed 4 for the island. And I did get my foyer table. I mean, it looks like the Senate will be controlled by Republicans based off the numbers and the projections, but they haven't confirmed that just yet, at least not the Associated Press. The House, it's close, but right now Republicans are in the lead with 179 versus 150 for Democrats. Thank you guys. A lot of you came in and loving my shirt, my Basquiat shirt. You know, I got this like probably more than 2 seasons ago, but it's probably like 2 seasons. And I got this from The Gap. I love Basquiat. I have an art piece that an artist in New York City did that I have sitting in this thing that I need to go get framed. We probably will not know the election results. We probably will not know who the president will be tonight. I'm going to stay on for another 30 minutes, I think I can do. Let's see if I can. Before I decide to call it a night. But I appreciate you guys riding with me during this election watch party, our very first election watch party. There's a lot of stuff in regards to how our political system works and how administrations work and the time lapse of that, or how our tax code works. There's a lot of misinformation out in regards to that. Natalie, I have a few right behind me. I don't know if you can't see it. I have a few table books literally right here of Basquiat, but they're in wrapped. I haven't opened them up. And some of them I've gotten from my travels. Yep, I have like 3. Yep, 3 books there. I've seen clips. We did talk a little bit about Carlos's interview with Miss Lawrence. We spoke specifically in regards to what he had to say about Kenya Moore not being suspended or fired. V, did you see on the members thing, V? In regards to, I have the cards literally still sitting here. The tarot cards that I pulled in regards to this election, I sent them to Fem Tarot, but it's late where she lives. So I'm sure she'll text me in the morning her thoughts, if she didn't text me already. No, she didn't text me. Because I wanted to hear her interpretation. The way I the cards were damning. I was like, This doesn't look good. Look, this doesn't look good. But then I pulled a fourth card, and I was like, that's a good card. But we shall see. I'll let you guys know what she tells me later. Jan says, what are the cards you get? I wanted to pull some, but made dinner. Do you guys want me to show you the cards? Because some people get a little weird about tarot cards. I know our channel normally can appreciate a tarot card, but some people don't like it. Some people getting their feelings all by on that. Normally I don't care, but I know people came here for one thing. You know. Oh, Mazzy says, yeah, show us the cards. Yes. Okay. Oh, intuitive butterfly. Okay, y'all tell me. So I'll tell you what I've asked the cards. Guys, you're just joining us. Projected winner in Georgia is Donald Trump. That's 16 electoral votes. I just want to give you that update. They're projecting that Donald Trump is the winner in Georgia. That bring. Oh, what did I just do? Oh Lord, what did I just do? Hold on, y'all. That brings his total to 246.
Two called thus far in Georgia and in North Carolina per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the of the 7 states that we consider to be battleground states, 2, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour. Both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now.
Pennsylvania is important right now.
Clarity. We said at the start of the night,
Tifa, I think that might be part of it.
Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessential, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now? That we've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia
Have a good night, El
is the
Singleton.
Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie, we saw it in Northampton, we're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, that Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. A core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery. You know, they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent. Ran a very close-fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer, but NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney, and will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge, because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district.
This is why your local elections are important.
Not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
Let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting that we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Nats out here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University.
Do you guys want to hear this speech? Howard University is lit right now.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement.
That's
from
all we
Senator
need.
Griffin, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University.
See, they're saying
in
considerable
Washington, D.C.
crowd.
Now see them
And we can
turn
see the considerable
as
crowd.
to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Saying
sense.
we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may.
Okay. What did I want to say in regards to this? Remain positive. It's not over until it's over. Sometimes these states are down to the last smallest votes. Even the last election was very close. It was very, very close. Again, there's nothing you can do tonight to prevent what is going to happen tomorrow. So go tonight with a clear mind, go to sleep, because at the end of the day, no matter what the election results are, you still need to be happy and healthy, regardless. Okay? Very much like what I always say in regards to, you know, sometimes when you're at odds with someone in your life, or you're heartbroken over an ex or whatever it may be. So you're heartbroken over here while your ex is over there living their life all dandy. You got to still move forward. You got to still live your life, no matter what the election results will be. We've seen this before. If anything, that previous election prepared us for whatever is to come now. Do you guys still want to see my cords? Look, the cords that I pulled in regards to the election. I'm not a tarot reader, but I do call myself a vessel, and then I'll ask other tarot readers to react to the cords. Okay. Oh, Intuitive Butterfly, you're still here. Good. I was hoping you would still be here. All right. So the tarot cards, if you remember the channel, I did post it on the members only community post. All right. So I asked the cards earlier today, and I love my cards. My cards are beautiful. I got them from Marshall's. Every once in a while, you can find some good tarot cards at Marshall's. So I pulled the cards, asking the cards what would be the results of the election. The first card I pulled, the Devil. The Devil. Okay, that was the first card I pulled. Then I pulled the Tower. Then I pulled the Tower. And I was like, look, I know a little bit about tarot. I sent these to Fem Tarot as well to ask her. Then after the Tower, I pulled 5 of Cups. Okay? All right, I pulled 5 of Cups. So those are the first 3 cards that I pulled. And I said, you know what? Let me pull one more card. I then pulled the Star. Intuitive Butterfly, what you think? What's your interpretation to that? These were the cards I pulled earlier today. I can tell you what time I pulled them, because I sent them to Fem Tarot this morning. Not this morning, this afternoon, this evening. I sent this to her at like 4:30, and then I sent the 4th card to her at 6:30. Jan says the star is hope and ruled by Aquarius. Jess says these are beautiful, right? I love my cards. Intuitive says, but something will be renewed. Seeing disappointment, but something will be renewed. Y'all remember, I pulled these cards before we actually got the results. Yes, November 19th, Pluto's sign of transformation will move into Aquarius for 20 years, right? Star is ruled by Aquarius. Well, Fem Tarot's in Aquarius, so she'll weigh in. She'll weigh in. I always tell you guys I'm a vessel. I kind of got the energy of the cards when I first pulled them. I was like, not the devil, not Tower. Then I saw 5 of Cups, and then I was like, wait, the Star. If anything, one thing, I did look up this card, and this card, the Star, is supposed to be representative, a renewal, hope. Let that be what the energy that we end this live tonight with, renewed hope. Understanding no matter what happens, we will be fine. We thought the end of the world a couple elections ago, and we are still here. We are still fine. Yes, there are things that have happened that we're like, oh my gosh, but we are still fine, and we will be fine. Be the change that you want to see in the world. Sometimes you have to force yourself to smile through things in order to get to the actual happy and smile that you always wanted. Jan says devil, and then the tarot card, and talk about tower, destruction, destroying whatever the devil is. Hold on. Oh, Jessica, I like that interpretation. Jessica says it means that there needs to end something that was chaotic so that we can see the star. Well, I'm going to keep these cards laid out tonight. I'll let you guys know what Fem Tarot tells me in regards to the interpretation. But I appreciate you all being here tonight. I'm not going to get off yet. I want to see what they're saying, if we know anything right now. Let's see what MSNBC is saying.
It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing. And this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team. And I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know. And Jenna Melly Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden, and then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment. And and maybe still hopeful too. But I've been thinking a lot about them as well, because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
And I think it's important to say that, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it, cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing
Dr. Frida, you can vote
yes
for voting.
Flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She cannot endorse. She had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swifties, the Swifties. She had the beat.
But that's a reminder to you, no matter all of those, she had every hugely popular person endorse her. And look, this fight is not over. However, it's still very close, and you can see that did not push the needle across the country. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But I kind of knew that already going into this.
Do the thing Donald Trump does.
That's why you didn't see me report on the endorsements.
Where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding
Thank you,
people
Dr. Frida.
that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia, VPN, or maybe in Russia, calling in death threats And those deserts were going, let's be clear, to minority black and indigenous counties. Banter, sorry.
And 2 points on that. One, to reinforce what Joy
I love
said,
Joy
what
Reid.
we know, but the truth bears repeating.
I love Ari too, though.
We are counting all the votes and following the facts. We are not in a race to get the facts. We will follow them, and they will come when they come. We are not in a prediction contest. We're not in a probability contest. We're not in a is your needle right contest. We are going to do that. So that's number one, and we are committed to that. And I wish everyone.
I'm going to pull a card for the general message that we all need for. Oh, look. The minute I said that, this card jumped out. So that is our message for tonight. And then we're going to go to bed. All of us are going to go to bed. What card is this? What card is this? Three of Swords. Three of Swords. Oh, wait a minute. This is our message for tonight. Three of Swords. Whoop. Uh-oh. I had another jumper. I got the Magician. I had another jumper. The Magician. So Three of Swords, the message for tonight. And then I had another jumper. The Magician. Oh. Well, intuitive butterfly says magician is trying to manifest. This is why I was saying when talking about this election, be mindful of your energy, because a lot of people came into this election very nervous, very anxious. And that type of energy does not promote what you want. Does not promote what, I'm not worried. I was just shocked by the cards. I was like, wait a minute, what are these cards saying? But then this card jumped out. We got this card, which, disappointment. But then this card, I was about to call it a night. This card jumped out as our card of hope. Very much similar to this card that jumped out when I pulled a fourth card earlier today. Another hope. I believe, for those that believe in this stuff, this is the universe telling us no matter what happens, no matter the result of this election, remember your power. Remember who you are. Remember at the end of the day, your individual experience is reliant on you, the way that you think about things, the way that you manifest things. Be mindful of what you're saying, what you believe. Go tonight at peace. Go tonight as at peace, the best peace that you can create for yourself. Not everyone's gonna go tonight and be like, I feel better. No. Go to bed with ease if you can, and try to do that. That is your best bet, because at this particular point, you can't change anything. You can't change anything. What you can change is your energy and what you want to manifest. And what you want to manifest. Jan says, Magician card is also about being resourceful, making lemonade from lemons. Look, I didn't even know that, and I said that, basically. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Thank you for staying. You're going to do yoga before bed? That's a good thing, though. That will help. That will help move your body. That's another important thing to help move your body. I will give you guys the update. Kamala Harris is currently at 194 electoral votes. Donald Trump is at 246. You need 270 to win the presidential election. Natalie's going to finish her Christmas movie. I'm going to bed. But I said I'm going to stay on until 1 a.m., so we got 2 minutes. Last minute questions, and then I'm going to go. We did pull some cards. I didn't expect to pull the cards with you guys, but this was pretty interesting. And shout out to those of you that read tarot that were in here to help us understand some of these cards. But Fem Tarot has been telling me I should just look at the cards and try interpret what I'm seeing. So I'm working on that. But these two cards jumped out at me. These two cards jumped. Like, I didn't even pull those cards. These cards jumped. Matter of fact, I'm going to send her the picture of these two. Look, I'm gonna send her a picture. Oh wait, she got back to me. Oh, she got back to me. You guys want to hear the exclusive what Femtaro just said to me? Hold on, let me send her this picture though. Let me send her these. Hold on. Just pulled these and they were jumpers. Listen to this. This is what Femtaro says. She says, "Ha, neither of them. Devil and Tower," because she's been predicting that the election won't happen. She says, "Devil and Tower, wow, these elections are going to be very close. We see it already. The devil is Trump, and he may celebrate early, but it doesn't look good." She says she's going to pull some of her own cards. She'll get back to us. We might have to do a separate live with her. That's interesting, her interpretation of that. I'll read it to you again. Femtaro, who's an acclaimed psychic medium and astrologer, she says, "The devil and Tower, these elections are going to be very close. We see it already. The devil is Trump, and he may celebrate early, but it doesn't look good." And we see already that the election is super close. Super close. Oh, she says, based off the two cards that I just showed you guys, based off the two cards I showed you, she says it looks very close. Someone wants Trump to win badly with that magician. Hold on. I'm just telling her. She says it's bloody close. Oh, she told me to pull one card for Trump and one card for Kamala. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right. She told me to pull. I'm talking to a psychic medium right now. Okay, y'all. Come on. Hold on. Y'all wanted a special watch party tonight? So she told me to pull one card for Trump and one card for Kamala. Oh, now to run my blood pressure up. Look. But I'm excited at the same time. It's not that kind of blood pressure hype. I'm just like, ooh, what's gonna come? Like, what's gonna say? Like, come on now. Hold on. We're pulling. All right. Let me focus my energy before I pull cards because I'm too hyped. I gotta ground myself. I'm gonna pull one card for Trump and I'm gonna pull one card for Kamala. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. All right, let me pull a card for Trump and a card for Kamala. Kamala, what card is this? 5 of coins. Interesting. Trump. 4 of coins. That's interesting. Hold on. Let me send this to her and see what her interpretation is. Please hold. Please hold. Hold on. I gotta. Hold on. This is interesting. These cards are gorgeous. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. We'll wait for Femtaro and then I'm gonna go to bed. It's late. Oh, Saggy. Hey, Saggy's World. 5 of coins means out in the cold. One of the things that Femtaro kept on saying is that it's super close. Based off the cards that she's seeing, it's super, super close. And it really is super close. Steve is talking.
Still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the...
Pause. She says Kamala. She says Kamala. But it's going to be a nightmare because it's going to be super close. She says it's going to be a nightmare until the results come out. I mean, we can already tell it's super close. Yes, Carolina, we were just talking about that. We saw when her chairman came out. For those that are just joining us, we're having a little fun and we're pulling cards for entertainment purposes only. Okay. But if it turns out the way she says it turns out. So I pulled some cards. She says the devil in his tower. She said these elections are going to be very close. We see it already. The devil is Trump, and he may celebrate early, but it doesn't look good. Then she says that based off the other cards, the jumper cards that came out, she says, oh my, OMG, it's very close. Someone wants Trump to win badly with that magician. So she told me to pull one card for Trump. Hey, Femtara, I'm reading your text. And then one card for Kamala. So she says, Kamala, but it's going to be a nightmare until the results come out. Oh. Oh. What happened? What'd I miss? We can already tell that the election is going to be very close based off of the stats that we're currently seeing. Yes, we did announce that Georgia was announced for Trump. Femtara says, now pull a card and ask, will the election results bring positive change for America? Oh, well, wait a minute. So will the election results bring a positive change for America? Let's see. Will the election results bring a positive change for America? Honestly, I already know the answer to that. I'm turning it to you, Femtara. I'm turning it to you. The House, in regards to the election results, the House still not looking great for Democrats. It's 155 for Democrats, 184 for Republicans. Okay. Okay. Seven of Cups. In regards to the question that Femtara just asked me to ask the card, Seven of Cups. Seven of Cups. What does that mean? Seven of Cups. Will the election results turn out positive for America? And Femtara, okay, we don't need the reactions. We need the interpretation. Illusion. Oh, yes. Seven of Cups. Illusions. What is going on? These cards right now. Oh, abundant. Oh, okay. All right. All the people with the tarots in the building. Okay. Mixed feelings with the Seven of Cups. Seven of Cups is emotional instability or surprises. Intuitive. Okay. All the people. Everyone is showing up in the live chat. I can't. Moonlight says, well, child, this too much. OMG. Not that all the tarot people coming out. Intuitive Butterfly said this election is going to be a long nightmare. Well, this is why you guys need to prepare yourself emotionally and ground yourself, like I said. Abundant Life Tarot says your cards are talking to us tonight. I also call the card Fool's Gold because what seems to be something good, it's just an illusion. Love your okay. All the tarot people are coming out right now. Seven of Cups equals 2 manic. Oh wait a minute. You guys know y'all tarot. Y'all my peoples up in here. 4 years of Drumpf. You guys are really helping us interpret these cards. I pulled the card and got Seven of Cups and King of Wands. I think a lot of people thought that Kamala was going to win easily. I didn't think that ever, to be honest with you. I believe Trump may win, but something will overturn that. You think maybe it's felonies? Sorry. I had to. Femtaro says that's what the cards are showing at the moment. Wow. Wow. Well, it's not over till it's over, y'all. We don't know the results of this election just yet, but stay tuned. Stay tuned. The devil card was out there. I mean, that was the first card I pulled. And then the tower came right after the devil. And I was like, Love Your Heart says, I forgot about his felonies. I'm sure he did too. That's true. Social media bubbles are real. People really think that what they see on social media or within the algorithm is the world in the United States. I think we learned from Hillary Clinton's election that isn't it. Right now, we do not know who's going to win. Right now, the numbers for the election, Kamala has 210 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 247. We are waiting on key battleground states. Yes, I'm still up, but I'm getting off of here right now, y'all. I'm getting off because we're not going to know the final election numbers until we don't know. Maybe we'll have a better idea in the morning, but we don't know. Thank you, y'all. All right, last minute questions before I go, guys. We've had a strong almost 1,000 of you in here. Thank you so much for 1,300 likes. If you haven't liked the video already, be sure to like it. If you're watching the replay of this, God bless you because it was a long replay. It was a long replay. I look forward to doing maybe another marathon night or something like this again. I think I might do something on Patreon where we watch like a Christmas movie or something like that together. I think that's the only place we can do it legally. So stay tuned. All things Kempire is available in the description, including our live show events. A live show is coming to LA, London, we're coming there, and then we're coming back to DC. All that information is available in the description, along with more information about Uncommon Goods. The holiday season is right around the corner. Go get you something. Again, if you haven't liked the video, be sure to like the video. Thank you to Femtaro for coming through and helping us interpret. Thank you to all of you, our astrology heads that were in the building. I didn't even see you guys in there. All of a sudden, y'all are coming out of the woodwork. Shout out to our channel members. Shout out to our mods for being here and holding us down. And of course, thank you to all of you being here. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. Okay? Thank you, Moonlight. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night. Pennsylvania is too close to call, so we know Pennsylvania has not been called yet. We probably won't know Pennsylvania till tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you guys so much for helping us interpret these cards. I'm going to leave these cards as is tonight right here. Go relax, y'all. Don't let this election stuff stress you out. It's not worth your health because regardless of what happens in this election, you still have to survive. You still have to be here. You still have loved ones. You still have children. You still have partners. You still have family that need you happy and healthy. Remember that as you go to sleep tonight. Remember that. Everyone have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll see you guys. All right? Good night, y'all. Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Yes, we are in this together. Till the end. Look, till the end. Good night, y'all. Can we get to 1,400 likes? I feel like we're so close. And I know there's probably at least 30 of you that have not liked this video. Can we get to 1,400 likes? Thank you, Cosmic Journey. Can we get to 1,400 likes? Can we? Please and thank you. Unfortunately, Barbara, it should have, but it didn't. We're almost there. 5 more likes. I've been on here for 4 hours, over 4 hours, almost 5. 1,400. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone have a good night. Go go find peace tonight. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, y'all.